Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Present.
And Chair Justin Greene.
I'm here. Thank you very much. We have a quorum. Would everybody join me and rise, if you may, if you can, to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and State Pledge? Thank you. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures. And please remain standing while we have our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the place that we now call Santa Fe is known as Ogopoge Owinge, or White Shell Watering Place. We recognize that this is the ancestral land of the Tewa people and part of a larger sovereign landscape of the Jicarilla Apache, Navajo, and surrounding pueblos, who have all cared for this land for thousands of years and continue to do so today. We are guests and we are grateful for their hospitality. Thank you. Thank you. And if we can have a moment of reflection, we have Raul Morales-Garcia. Maybe? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful in our decisions and on the best interests in our community. We take a moment of silence.
Thank you. We all may be seated. Thank you very much, everybody. Excellent. Commissioners, we have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any changes that they would like to make?
Hearing none, I'll move to approve the agenda, Chair.
Okay, I was going to recommend, since we have Ms. Yolanda Jaramillo in the room, that we would move that ahead to after matters of public concern or after the meeting minutes.
What's the number?
It is I don't see it on here. It was on here.
7A.
7A.
We also have a number of people here to speak to item 5B. During public comment, but they want to listen to the outcome.
Well, we'll get to B quickly. So, Chair,
Yes.
I think we'll get to item 5B really quickly, Commissioner Hughes.
Sure.
Because it's after the consent. But before we hear items 5A and B, I would move that we hear item 7A. So following the consent agenda approval, we would hear 7A, request appointment of commissioners. Oh, no, not 7A.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No.
Jeez.
Hold on.
Really?
No, it is item, sorry. It is item
8B.
Okay.
8B. So to move 8B, not 7A.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
8B.
So we'll move 8B ahead of commissioner items.
Ahead of consent agenda, if we may.
Sure.
Okay. A motion from Commissioner Johnson. I will second that with the adjustment of the agenda to move item 8B to before the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Did we have a second?
I seconded it.
Okay.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to matters of public concern. I know we have a few people maybe online and a few people in the room. Folks, if you would like to approach the mic, you can line up and we will give you 3 minutes to discuss your items here. Michael, go ahead, please. Take it away.
Michael Rodriguez. I'd like to speak to the proposed,
Lift the mic. Perfect.
I'd like to speak to the proposed purchase of land at the end of the Rio and Medio Road that could potentially be a trailhead. And this would be this is a much needed opportunity that the trailhead would, a real trailhead that would provide parking and restrooms would be a great addition for the whole county. It would also connect landlocked county land to access and create a way for people to enjoy all the land up in the Rio and Medio area, and also provide an opportunity for flood mediation, which would protect the village of Rio and Medio. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up. Please adjust the microphone. Michael's a little taller than you are, so.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you need my name and address, or just name? Patricia Pat Bellart. Good afternoon. I chair the El Dorado 285 Recycles, and I'm here today to ask you to support the reopening of the Reuse Center, which serves El Dorado and the greater Highway 285 corridor. The Reuse Center exists because our community believes usable items deserve a second life before they're thrown away. Every item that finds a new home saves resources, energy, and materials, and keeps one more load out of the landfill. But the Reuse Center does more than divert waste. It's part of a larger community practice: reusing, repairing, sharing, and recycling. And it's a place where neighbors take care of neighbors. More than 1,000 residents have signed our petition to reopen the center. That's not a small ask from a handful of people. That's a clear community-wide mandate. People across the Highway 285 corridor want the Reuse Center back. We're asking you to give us the opportunity to put the Reuse Center back to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for consistency, hold applause. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth McLaren from El Dorado. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. I'm here to speak on behalf of reopening the Reuse Center, which was closed August the 29th, 2025. We have 30 volunteers ready to resume safe operations for 6 hours a week. In response to county concerns, El Dorado 285 Recycles has developed an operations and volunteers manual, improved sanitation practices, and volunteer protocols. We submit it as the basis for the county's approved operating plan and stand ready to work with staff to finalize it. The resolution before you provides for a trial opening with county oversight and evaluation before any long-term decisions are made. I'm asking the board to approve the resolution and give our community the opportunity to demonstrate that the reuse can operate safely and successfully. I would like to thank Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Johnson, Gabriel Bustos, and Tina Salazar for their hard work and responsiveness to our group in creating this resolution. We look forward to working with the county to make sure the Reuse Center continues as a strong community resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michaela Beitler, and I'm a resident of the Rio and Medio community, 495 New Mexico 592. And I'm here to share, if the board hasn't already learned of this, and thank you, Chair and Board, for holding an open meeting so that we can come and talk as a community, that there is a grant available through the state to provide money to help the Rio and Medio community resolve the tensions in the community around how to manage the big love the bigger, wider Santa Fe community has for the waterfall trail, to manage parking, but also to help us restore the watershed and make sure our small water system there is sustainable and can maintain through the years. And this state funding would allow us to buy some property that is adjacent to and basically expands current county open space owned property. We are deep in the middle of the process of writing a grant with the Colpack Committee to get them to approve of this. And my ask of you today is that if it comes to your desk in the next 48 hours or so, they announced the grant on the 28th of July and the due date is August 21st. So we're on a time crunch. We're working hard and working fast and trying to get people who have been a part of this process for the last 5 or 6 years now to show up and show you how much they've been putting into this and the work they've been doing. The request is that if we get this through Colpack and it comes to your desk, that you strongly consider applying for state funds, keeping in mind that this request is moving fast, is maybe trying to condense some traditional protocols because of the state timeline, but that this issue isn't new. We have been talking about fixing this issue since COVID, since our fire hit in 2020 in Rio Medio, and then the floods in 2022, and have yet to resolve the issue. That being said, the county has put in 18 months at least, if not more, of multiple people working many, many hours to meet several times with our community. So this problem is not new. This solution has been brought before the working group that the county is a part of and has been maintained and sustained as a viable solution to both hold the sustainability and the parking issue for the community. It's just now is the right time. Now we finally have the money, and it's not county money, which is the best news. So we hope you strongly consider it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Morton, please.
Hello, I'm Leah Morton. I am the owner of the proposed purchase of the land to expand the county open space. And I want to express my full support for the project, even though it has to be rushed in order to happen. I want to express my appreciation to Michaela, who's done a lot of work doing preliminary applications. I am a family medicine physician. I've practiced in Santa Fe for 40 years, delivering babies and following moms and following those babies to adulthood. And if there's anybody under 40 in the room, I may have delivered you. 25 years ago, I moved my home to Rio and Medio and tried to do a regenerative ecological farm, and that went well. Not well, with many challenges. And 10 years ago, I actually was able to move my medical practice also to my farm. That was cut short 4 years ago when we had a devastating flood. My acequia is no longer functional. The fields are silted over with sand and debris. The roads were taken out. A river crossing was taken out. And I, immediately after flooding, talked to Leandro about the county purchasing parts of my land to reopen the forests and to do parking areas. And the problem at that time was money. It's slow to get money through the powers that be, through the county. This time, we are in the position of having money available, and the issue is time and the press of time to do it. I think I saw several of the commissioners at the Next Generation Water Summit. And that's my inspiration for taking on the challenges that we have in our whole planet, but particularly in my valley where the water table has dropped, the river has dropped, it's changed course. We need a lot of remediation and restoration, and I'm willing to contribute to that. I want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morton. Mr. Rogers, we all live in your neighborhood.
Thank you. Members of the commission, I'm Tim Rogers. I'm the Trails Program Manager with Santa Fe Conservation Trust. I am here to support the request to apply for state funds so that the county can acquire the land on the Rio and Medio that the two previous speakers were referring to. It's adjacent to county open space. It is unique access to a unique resource in our area, which is a waterfall on the Rio and Medio. We have very few legal, legitimate access points to the National Forest. This one is particularly important. I have participated in the last 2 years in some of the community processes involving the county and the National Forest, and a lot of community members that certainly didn't agree on everything, but they came up with a process and a plan, and the Santa Fe Conservation Trust certainly supports this plan. I've kind of tried to represent the general public interest in access to trails and open space and participating in the community process, and I think it's definitely going in the right direction. SFCT is happy to support this in any way, particularly if there is seen a need to put a conservation easement on the land. It would certainly check all of the boxes to be worthy for such an effort, and we would be happy to be the land trust to do that. So, in summary, I urge you to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Is there anybody else in the room that would, yep, all right, come on up and say your piece. You got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Drew. I'm a resident of El Dorado, and I'm here to ask for your consideration of reopening the reuse center. In addition to the primary principle of keeping extra waste out of our landfills, the reuse center was truly an exhibit of community. When we first moved back to El Dorado 3 years ago, not only were we able to find dozens of useful items to help us get reestablished and to save us a little money, but it also prevented us from buying those exact same items and then putting them in the landfill nearly a year later. In the past year since the reuse center has been closed, I cannot count how many times we normally would have donated that we instead these items went into the garbage. Not because of a lack of effort. We would try to take these items to Habitat for Humanity, Savers, etc., but they refused to repurpose them. These are household items, extra supplies, etc., that we knew if we were able to drop off at the reuse center would have been snapped up in a matter of a few hours. Beyond this utilitarian service, we witnessed simple joy to our neighbors, finding a little treasure to take back home. This quickly became a quick ritual where we could count on seeing our neighbors and comparing what good finds we got. Goods that are currently going into the landfill because this simple service has been removed over a condition that could have been remedied in several different manners instead of completely closure being a remedy. I ask that you please restore this part of our community. I'm confident our neighbors will be willing to contribute whatever efforts are needed to get this done on your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Is there anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak on matters from the public? Hearing none, let's go online. What do we got? I see 2 hands raised.
Mr. Chair, we do have 2 people raising their hands. Mr. Chris Michels is first.
Mr. Michels, please do the honors. Take your 3 minutes. But unmute yourself. Keep trying. You're muted. Mr. Michels, you're still muted. Oh, you had it there for a second. Keep trying. There you go.
How's that?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me restart there. The first thing I want to bring to your attention, and this, I've raised this before, is what you just did is in violation of your own resolution of 2013-120, which says directly that you don't do things like you just did with Medio, and those are action items that should be spoken to at the time you're discussing the actions, per your own resolution. The public concerns is not intended for that kind of commentary, and by allowing it, what you do is you disrupt your own meeting and you disrupt the opportunity of the public to speak directly to an agenda item. So please, I mean, this resolution is your resolution, and you insist on violating it. As the chair mainly, it's sure he shouldn't violate it, but the rest of you also have an obligation to your resolution. So think about what you're doing. 2013-120. Follow it. It's yours. And it serves the public interest. The other thing I need to raise today is that you're requesting online people such as myself, and I do it because I've got hearing and sight problems, when we request to speak, to agree to follow your code of conduct. The code of conduct you refer to is not, as far as I can tell, created by the board. It's just somebody made it up. And what it requires is that we are required to, as part of the signing up process, to agree to abide by the code of conduct. The people that walk in are not required are not faced with that requirement. So what you're doing is you're discriminating against people like myself who have hearing and vision problems, and you're just letting people from the street walk in and say hi there and start talking. And you let them talk about things which they shouldn't be talking about anyway, because what they should be talking about too is things that aren't on the agenda, which should be discussed when you come to the agenda item. The commission, the board, the main culprit here is legal and the chair, but you're all culprits. You're not following your own resolutions. Why don't you consider that? The other thing, so you really need, I would say at this point, is to eliminate the code of conduct that you're requiring of people, because it's totally bogus, because you're not requiring it of walk-ins. And if you want to make such a request, pass a resolution. That's what you need to do. What you've got now is you've got some piece of verbiage floating around. We don't even know who wrote it. I mean, this is bizarre. The other thing before I get off that you should pay attention to is you should look at your consent agenda. Item A of your consent item has problems, which date back to the fact that the last meeting on the 7/13, you passed the consent agenda with 5 items that had problems. Now you've got 1. Item A, look at it. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. Ms. Beedelman, you're up next, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Carol Beidelman. I live in El Dorado. My thanks to Commissioner Hughes and Johnson for putting forward the 2 resolutions. First, I support the resolution to preserve our night skies and urge the commissioners to adopt it. Now more than ever, we need to be proactive about protecting our dark skies, and celebrating International Dark Sky Week is not enough. This is especially needed given the city of Santa Fe's debacle in replacing high-pressure sodium lights with colder color, higher Kelvin LEDs, which increase the light dome. My concern stems not only from appreciating the beauty of the night sky, but also because most migratory songbirds migrate at night. Night lighting attracts and disorients birds, making them more vulnerable to collisions and predation, disrupting their feeding behaviors, and requiring more energy to find their way. Bird populations are already severely declining, and the windows of buildings kill 600 million birds a year in the U.S. Ideally, we should reduce lighting during bird migration in spring and fall, yet no city in New Mexico has joined the Lights Out program network, unlike in Texas, Arizona, and many other states. This should certainly be possible in our state's capital. Let's be the first. Second, I am grateful for the resolution to reopen the reuse center near El Dorado and urge the commissioners to adopt it. We have really missed the opportunity to have a location where unneeded quality goods and materials can be made use of by others to ensure these reusable items are not wasted or added to the landfill. Lastly, although time has passed, I have not forgotten, but have not had the opportunity to publicly thank and commend Commissioner Kakari Stone for her well-informed vote against the CUP application for the Industrial Solar and Battery Energy Storage Facility by AES, which has recently been acquired by a global infrastructure investor and global private markets firm. She fully comprehended that the location was inappropriate and the CUP process was inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for mispronouncing your name. Excellent. Is there anybody else online? Daniel, thank you very much for that. Everybody, thank you for coming in and voicing this. We appreciate hearing your voice on everything. Moving on, we had moved to, let's do the minutes. Request for approval of the July 13th Board of County Commission meeting minutes. Just to make a note, this is the first time that we are doing this without Karen's assistance, and so it's a different process. So I hope we all reviewed and made sure that spellings and things were, yeah. Excellent, thank you. Commissioners?
Unless anyone has any changes, I move to approve the BCC meeting minutes for 7/13.
I second it.
Excellent, we have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have minutes from July 13th. Moving on to minutes from the special meeting of July 20th. Same thing. Any comments or changes from staff or the board?
Move to approve.
Motion from Commissioner Johnson.
I second.
Second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We've got meeting minutes from July 20th special meeting. Okay, this is where we were going to move ahead. Hachi, you are going to present a proposal for recommending Ms. Yolanda Jaramillo to be our selection to the governor.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Hachi Miller, Intergovernmental Outreach Coordinator with the Santa Fe County Manager's Office. Yes, I'm presenting today item 8B of the agenda, which is State Representative District 41 vacancy, submission of name to the governor for appointment to fill vacancy pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 2-7F-4B2. So the actions that brought us to this point today is that the previous state representative for District 41 had tenured her resignation on July 27th, leaving the seat open, and the seat has a portion of Santa Fe County within it in the northern part in the Espanola area. And so with that, because there's a vacancy, the county commission needs to provide a name to the governor to fill this open vacancy. And what the statute says in summary is, when a vacancy occurs in the House of Representatives district that includes more than one county, the Board of County Commissioners of each county within the representative district shall submit one name to the governor. The governor shall appoint a representative to fill the vacancy from the list of names submitted by the counties. And so that is the item that we are addressing today. Just some background on the actions that have taken place through the election process is that Ms. Yolanda Jaramillo had won the primary election for this House District 41 seat, and it was a contested race. And following that, the deadlines and opportunities for other persons to appear on the general election ballot have since expired. So Ms. Yolanda Jaramillo would be the only name appearing on the ballot in the general election for House District 41. And with that, seeing that Ms. Yolanda Jaramillo is already appearing on the ballot in the general election, the staff took that into consideration and was recommending her as the name for Santa Fe County to put forth to the governor as the recommendation to fill the vacancy. And with that, we also have Ms. Yolanda Jaramillo with us, and if you, Mr. Chair, would like to hear from her as well, I will pass the time on to her.
Thank you, Hachi. Yes, please, Ms. Jaramillo, please come introduce yourself and take a few minutes to tell us about who you are and what you would like to do for House District 41.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairman Justin Greene, District 1, Lisa Carey Stone, District 2, Camila Bustamante, District 3, Adam Johnson, District 4, Hank Hughes, District 5. Thank you for serving this community. It's special to me. I spent time in here in Santa Fe, and it's well taken care of. I trust that when I come here, I have a very good place to be in, and now I see why. All the work that you do, as well as the comments and the concerns that are here today. And I am so grateful, as I'm sure you join me in expressing that gratitude for the power that democracy gives our voice. So with this, I also thank the community members, the staff from this great county in Santa Fe for all your work. Again, I am Yolanda Jaramillo, known as Pancha. I'm a resident of Dixon, a native of Rio Arriba County. My husband and I spent time in other states and throughout the state of New Mexico as educators. And when he retired, and I retired also, we came back to my family's land in Dixon, where I'm on the Acequia Commission since 2009, and I hear Acequia also as one of the concerns here, so that made my heart very happy as we have that connection. I'm also very connected to education, and we have that in common throughout the state of New Mexico through the issues that we face in behavioral health, career explorations for students, higher education for students, support for parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents who are raising children, and also with the economy. That's a great concern throughout New Mexico. And here in District 41, in my area of the Espanola area that I've always considered to be the Espanola Valley, but we do have Santa Fe there with the assistance that you give us. So I'm here to support Santa Fe County because you are part of that area that I pass through almost daily, and that's north of almost getting to the Santa Clara Bridge, and then west of McCurdy Road, and I like to take McCurdy Road because of the scenery there and to escape sometimes the heavy traffic, and on toward Riverside Drive. So that's an area that I will be taking care of, and I will be a regular here as best as possible so that I can join you and ask for your assistance, and you also ask for my assistance, and we'll correlate and we'll make things happen. I am very concerned today. It's our immediate concern, right, to see the fire there going on in Cundio. And I'm very concerned about the watershed, especially in the Santa Cruz district. And I was thinking I'm going to ask for your assistance in being proactive and asking for recovery assistance and being right there supervising in the remediation of what's going to happen. Because a lot of times we get contractors that come in from out of state, they get the direction from, let's say, the Forest Service, and they just continue to maybe create more damage by shaving our areas that have been burnt. And we need to be very aware of the remediation that needs to take place with catchments, because I've witnessed that happening now in the Hermit's Peak area and La Jicarita watershed. So let's be on that, as well as so many other good things and so many other concerns that I'm here. I'm with you on board. I didn't see a negative concern. So thank you for allowing me to present my request to be considered for an appointment to fill the vacant New Mexico House District 41 following the retirement of Representative Susan Herrera. Susan endorsed me immediately. She's been behind me. She's been mentoring me. She's been sponsoring me. She's not here today, but I think I can safely speak that she's endorsing me and supporting me. I'm also communicating with Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's office for an immediate appointment so that we don't have that gap between here and January 1st, when we'll take our oath. In advance, I greatly appreciate your support, and I am ready to be in that seat and start being the representative officially for House District 41. Thank you. And any questions, I'll take.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming down and visiting us. We really appreciate that. First, I do want to say additionally, thank you for taking the time last week. We met for a couple hours, Commissioner Kakari-Stone and I. I'll speak more to that in a second, but it was great to have time to get to know you and to understand the common themes that we have between the House, District 41, and Santa Fe County. Commissioners, Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you for coming to us and talking about your interest and for your letter, Ms. Jaramillo. I do believe that you were born ready. A lot of people can get training. We thank Representative Herrera for her leadership, for her support, but I think you have a lot of inherent natural community leadership and organizing, and your heart and your interest and compassion, what I learned being in behavioral health, in the land and water, and mostly in comunidad. I fully support you moving into this role as soon as possible, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Commissioner Bustamante.
Absolutely. I want to tell you how impressed with your background. I know that you're an hermana of El Norte. I know that you are a daughter of Northern New Mexico, that your values come from, not to be confused with paletera, which is a popsicle seller. You are a palatera. You are a woman of the acequias, and you understand the values, the concerns, and what it means to move forward with our community in the knowledge that the people who've lived there have. And I sincerely appreciated learning about your commitment to assuring that our native populations were getting early childhood education in their language and culturally appropriate, all the way to your workforce development work, which has a soft spot in my heart because that's where I came from. So you are a long school teacher, a constant learner, and you are the best pick for Northern New Mexico. I'm very grateful for your putting yourself up for service and actually saying that you really enjoy being on the campaign trail because you have a lot of land to cover. So thank you for being here sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, very briefly, I do appreciate that you ran for this position and won, and you got Susan Herrera's endorsement. That's enough for me to want to support you, but I also have heard great things about you. So thank you for being in this position.
Fabulous. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Jaramillo, for coming and speaking with us. I really liked what you said and how you represented yourself. Your own campaign has a lot of interesting issues that I think intersect with those of us on the commission. So I look forward to working with you in the future, and I appreciate that you took the time to come down here to talk to us. So, though we haven't met before, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I first want to take a step back, and I do want to thank Representative Herrera She was a great partner for the North, and she was a great predecessor for you. And I know that she will be of value to us and to you in the future in making sure that you hit the ground running. And part of hitting the ground running is getting you a head start from January. So given that Representative Herrera has decided to leave early, we need to make sure that the community represented by Representative Herrera and House District 41 has somebody in that position. I appreciate the conversation we had last week was amazing. Like, I think we had talked about 45 minutes or something like that, and it ended up at 2 hours. And I can be long-winded, so it was probably my fault, but it was actually both of us. We had lots of people and lots of things to talk about, and it was great to understand the commonalities that we both understand about our community, because it's not about us, it's about our community and what we hear and understand from the community that we need to represent in partnership with the state and the county, with Espanola as a community, the Santa Cruz Valley. There's so many areas, and you brought up the acequias, behavioral health, economic development, water systems. We talked about so much for so much time and ran into constituents up there. It was pretty amazing. So I thank you for coming down to introduce yourself to us. I look forward to working with you to make sure that we best represent District 41 and Santa Fe County as a whole. And thank you for being here. You represent part of my district, so I will make the motion to approve the recommendation of Ms. Yolanda Pancha Jaramillo as our representative to forward to the governor for appointment to fill the seat of Representative Susan Herrera and the vacancy.
Second.
Oh, damn. Let's go to the videotape. All right, I've got. All right. Rock, paper, scissors, because I'm not going to make a decision who won that one.
I think it was obvious, dude.
Oh.
She wouldn't have gotten sad if it was her.
Oh, okay.
You can do it. You second it. Go ahead.
I'm not.
We all do. I think it's very.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, you are the fuel behind me. I'm not alone. I know that. Please, anytime. This is a commitment to service.
We love your energy and your commitment, so thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion by myself. We've got a second by, sorry, I'm going to go closer, Commissioner Kakari Stone here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, I hope we're the first to put you forward, and I hope the governor listens to us. Thank you so much, and best of luck out there. Thank you so much for coming down. All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bustamante, but so we are moving on to the consent agenda. We have a bunch of items in here. Is there anybody that would like to pull anything from the consent agenda?
I'd like to move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Wonderful. We've got a motion by Commissioner Johnson. We've got a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we've got a consent agenda. Some resolution numbers, please.
Yes. The first one is 2026-102. Then B is 103. C is 104. D is 105. E is 106.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item 5, consideration of commissioner proclamations, resolutions, recognitions, and other items. We have 2 items from Commissioner Hank Hughes and Commissioner Adam Johnson. Item A is a resolution supporting responsible outdoor lighting and preservation of Santa Fe's dark skies. Please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Commissioner Hughes for collaborating on this. Last year we recognized International Dark Skies Month earlier this year, and I want to thank Nick Crom and Peter Lipscomb, hope I'm getting their names right, Nick and Peter for sure. Commissioner Hughes and I had a nice meeting with Nick and Peter, who have a lot of expertise in this area. We had the opportunity to meet with Michael Voss of Growth Management, who in his previous capacity at Bernalillo the city of Albuquerque, had already sort of understood what it takes to do a dark skies, a night skies initiative like the one that we're proposing. So he was very helpful in helping us understand how this slotted into the update of the SGMP and the SLDC, and what we learned from that meeting, and I think why we're bringing this forth now, not only to sort of show support for dark skies in New Mexico and in Santa Fe County specifically, but that there's specific expertise in this area in the land use space. And I don't know about all of you, but I would say next to roads, the primary constituent complaint that I get is about lighting issues. And the idea here is to, of course, in addition to sort of supporting and encouraging, darker nights so that we can, have a better ecosystem responses, as the caller at public comment noted, migratory birds, but also other animals, especially animals that are active at night, are really affected by lighting. We are as citizens also. It affects our ability to see the stars, the Milky Way, and something about Santa Fe County is that, we're rural. We're not a big city, bright lights, big city. So we are hoping that this is a sort of initiative that can cascade and inspire the city as well. But starting here and letting growth management direct what they think of as the best practices for dark skies initiatives. I know that they have a little bit of money for a study that was identified in the meeting with growth management. And so this would be, I would say, supplemental to the update, our future code updates. It is not something that is necessarily part of the suite of items that we might get from a land use consultant. This is a specific consulting endeavor. With that, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. You expressed a lot of that very well. I'll just add that it is important to update our lighting ordinance. It's hard to follow the rules as they are now, and so an updated one will hopefully make it much clearer and easier to meet, and also with the impact of LED lighting, it now comes in various colors, and if you choose the wrong color, it creates a dark, decreases the dark sky. And so I think the warmer colors, which sort of naturally came in the old-fashioned lights, are better because you can still see. And I'd just like to point out a story that I heard, that they did a study that in terms of criminal activity, a lighted neighborhood is more likely to be a victim of criminal activity because the criminals can see where they're going. Dark neighborhoods tend to be safer. That was just one study. It may not always be true in every situation. But anyway, we very much need to support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Johnson. Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. I appreciate Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Hughes. I think this is really important. The study and the ability to view the cosmos is old school and not new age. It goes back thousands of years, and it teaches us about who we are in this universe, and it's important. I do want to mention and suggest a friendly amendment if the two of you are amenable to it. When our children and grandchildren study the stars in school, hopefully they do, some children can go home or talk about in school how they can see the skies at night. Some children can't. And we have underlit and overlit areas of Santa Fe County. Some inequality in night skies is due to income inequalities, with higher incomes affording this as amenity or rural areas. So I was going to ask, as we think about a sixth principle, there's 5 of inclusion and equity, and that we request the staff to assess and identify and recommend open spaces, parks, and other areas of Santa Fe County where the night skies can be viewed by all communities, and that we invite schools out as an idea. Other communities have done this. For example, our rangers can have ranger night viewing nights a couple times a year. We can have stargazes in some of the parks, like in Agua Fria, where you can see it a little bit better. So it would read that way, and it would be the last item. I'm asking you to consider that. Thank you.
Commissioner Kakari-Stone, do you have specific language that you would want to amend this to?
Yes, thank you. Would be item, the last, an added item after the last one that both commissioners have. Direct county staff to assess and identify and recommend parks and county land and open spaces where night skies can be viewed by all members of Santa Fe County, and the cost of resources to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll park that for a second, but Commissioner Bustamante?
I'm grateful for your bringing this together. Where I live, we have, especially this month for something that's happening once in a lifetime with the Pleiades, and it's absolutely beautiful out there. And with pending approvals of new development at Eagle Ridge, et cetera, this is very important legislation. It's very, I have to agree with Commissioner Kakari-Stone. It's something that all kids should grow up with, in the ability to see the night sky. It sounds like an understatement. So thank you both for bringing this together.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I, for one, do support this as well. I did once take part in a Santa Fe Institute Science of the Cities group, and they actually used the proxy of lighting visible from space as an ability. It actually correlates to GDP of the community. So there's a bizarre little tie to that, and it probably corresponds to car dealerships, because those seems to be the most lit up things out there. Anyway, I do support this. I'm happy, I'm supportive of the concept that Commissioner Kakari-Stone brought to this. I think this is something that needs to be a living document, and as technology goes forward, we need to protect our skies, but we need to find the way to live in balance with safety, security, and technology. So thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. I think we are amenable to that, so thank you for proposing it. And I appreciate you bringing language for it, so I think that was captured by however we're stenographing these days. I want to add one additional thing, which was that, and this is not to say that we would replicate the one in Albuquerque, but there is a timeline for implementation for people to adjust their own lighting issues, so that would apply to current businesses and current homeowners to change bulbs over the course of, say, 10 years. It's not set in stone. It'd be dependent on what the consultant says. So it's not like everyone needs to go outside and remove their bulbs right away. But it would be, new development would be subject to it. So as we see increased development in Santa Fe, and we need it, but we need to make sure that we do it right. And so this is just one small area, but those new developments would, in theory, be subject to that. So I'll hand it to Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I think that's fine, and I think, is it okay if I would like to make a motion to approve this with the addition that Commissioner Kakari-Stone added?
And I'll second it.
Wonderful. We've got a motion by Commissioner Hughes, a second by Commissioner Johnson. I, for one, do want to add potentially, and it doesn't have to go in this, but it is just an added thing for us to discuss. We have the HREE program, where periodically people apply for home efficiency grants. And the folks that are out there in, in an effort for equity and in an effort for giving people the opportunity to upgrade their lighting, but also to protect the dark skies, that maybe the HREE program could be extended to folks so that a small thing of an out-of-date lighting thing that serves a purpose but might be too expensive for them to upgrade, that the program could extend to lighting as well. Is that?
I mean, I'm sure that's fine. I don't think that would be very often, but
yeah, I mean, got to extend these programs to all of our intentions.
So, Chair, why don't we just add to the clause that Commissioner Kakari-Stone stated something to the effect of, and study how this might be implemented in our HREE program at the Housing Authority.
That's great.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
say that more. I didn't hear it.
So, in addition to the language that Commissioner Kakari-Stone added, appending to that something to the effect of, and study the, because hers begins with the verb study, study the
applicability to Santa Fe County programs such as the HREE program.
That's good. That's better and more capacious. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're agreed.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, right? And a second from Commissioner Hughes? Okay, sorry. A motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Johnson. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have a resolution and we got some dark skies. Excellent. Moving on to item B, a resolution supporting the reopening of the reuse center at El Dorado Convenience Center. Once again, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, so this is a resolution to reopen the reuse center. It's been closed for a year. There was a problem with mouse droppings, and they've come up with lots of ideas to prevent that from happening. The reuse center was very popular and has lots of volunteers. I got I don't know, hundreds and thousands of signatures of people who are in support of this. And it would give them a few months to try out all their, well, in the existing site that they're at, they could try some of the things like keeping things 18 inches off the ground so mice don't make nests in them and such. Meanwhile, we want the staff to study and make a better place for it, which will be a little bit south of the transfer center, and probably a parking area so the parking doesn't get so congested in there, and also perhaps a separate building if the existing building doesn't prove to be sufficient. And so, so anyway, I think we've worked on this quite a lot, and I hope you all will support it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you to everyone who came and spoke in favor of this. As was noted by the previous speakers, this is a very important community asset. I personally have used it many times in my life. This is in the area of District 4 and 5, really splitting the districts. And it has great use in its past capacity. Unfortunately, so how I see this is as a reset and refresher. There were the sort of practices of keeping things off the ground and what was accepted needed to be updated. So in a way, there's a little bit of a blessing in disguise that we have a refresh moment here where the group has done a ton of work and research. El Dorado 285 Recycles has done a ton of research in order to protect the site from health code violations and to sort of streamline the types of items that would be accepted. And they've done a great job and created a manual for how this stays current. They have a number of volunteers already. I think 30 was the number that was cited, which is many. And I really appreciate the interest in that. As was also noted, over 1,000 people signed a petition for it. I think Commissioner Hughes and I receive emails about the reopening of the reuse center on the regular. So it's something that is very important to the community, and it is an asset that also, aligns with our sustainability goals. Diverting items from going to the landfill and finding them a new home is very important. So I'm clearly in favor of this. I ask for your support on it. I will just add to Commissioner Hughes's point. We spent a lot of time thinking about how the site is actually configured, and so this resolution does direct the county manager to look into or to get a quote really for a county-built road that would be, some 100 feet that would establish a new parking area. Because if you've ever been to the El Dorado Convenience Center, the site can simply be swapped to face away from the current units. And if you've never been there, you won't have a great idea of what I'm talking about. But it will really, I think, streamline and separate the entities while also keeping them on county property. It'll, improve our liability, which is always inherent in any transfer station. And so there is a sort of, I would say, low-cost construction fix to some of the issues that have led to, confusion in a site that was, we have an opportunity to restart and redesign. So the trial period is designed to sort of connect the community to this site, reinvigorate it, and to get El Dorado 285 Recycles, able to get their health and safety systems and their donation systems in place. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and I ask for your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bustamante or Commissioner Cacarizón?
Question.
Yep.
So this particular effort will include, I understand that there's somewhat of a pilot here, make sure that it continues to be safe as it's been, all the deciding factors. And the things that'll be tracked will be, any potential droppings or the amount of material that is diverted initially but may end up at the landfill because it gets compromised by something. So those are built into this completely. I think it's a wonderful initiative. I really love hearing about people who've really used it, especially those who've picked things up from it. It's easy to drop things off, but to actually, go get a line for your weed whacker when somebody donated a weed whacker. It's great. So thank you for that, and thank you for answering my questions.
I personally got a lampshade from it. That's still in our guest room. And I think something else. I can't remember what else.
Commissioner Cacarizón.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Thank you, Chair Greene, Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Johnson. I think it's a great idea. I want to thank those of you who came out and actually put a lot of time into how to reopen this and your investment in basically sustaining the earth and recycling. My biggest question is this open to everybody?
Yes.
And actually, with the additional road, you would not need to pay to enter the transfer station. There's sort of an agreement now where if you're dropping things off, you don't get your punch card punched. But the future of it is it's open to anyone. Yeah, absolutely. So come by and
that's great.
Get your lampshade.
Well, I'd like to promote it in District 2, and I think that I love to go to Habitat for Humanity, both to drop things off, pick things up. Luckily, I was at the day-long retreat for the Coalition for Sustainable Communities on Friday. I was asking around in anticipation of your resolution and asked if any counties were doing this and if there were any models where these reuse centers were also collaborating with Habitat, right? Because Habitat uses some of the items for our affordable housing. So as we go through this pilot, I'm hoping the volunteers and folks who are manning the center can think about and give feedback to our staff, and the staff would look and let us know how we could collaborate with Habitat. Maybe it could be a three-way partnership. The other piece I didn't see in here, and I'm sure SWAMA could pull it along with county staff, is when the reuse center was open, how many dumps did our county and the resources and the staffing did we take to have to just take stuff away into the dump? Because I think that's important. So like if it's not being used, then we may as well use the dump. I don't want to set up false expectations because I see this is going through the end of January. So what would be Plan B if it doesn't, what's the metric for success from the community and from us as commissioners? And two, if it wasn't successful based on those measurements, what's Plan B? Because I don't want those good people who came here today to be disappointed. So that's my general question for you.
So if I may, Commissioner Hughes, I'll point you to Exhibit B, page 3. The group has estimated the diversion of materials through, so 2023, March through December is listed, 24, 2025. Because that wasn't independently verified by the transfer station, we did not include it in the resolution. That was a request from staff because it's just, we don't have data on it specifically. So those are the estimated materials diverted. I see this as a community asset. I think, so this document, Exhibit B, also details the data collection around materials diverted, and that includes items that don't end up getting taken and that the transfer station staff does have to take away. So the pilot will give us an understanding. I wouldn't want to put a number on sort of number of pounds of diverted materials now. That's why we removed it. But sort of understand that, in a way, any material that's diverted from the landfill is a net positive. But this offers an opportunity for us to sort of understand the quantity and volume of material that we may be diverting. Because it's volunteer run, I think that, so long as it doesn't radically disrupt the activities of the transfer station, including patrons and staff, that the value is there, even if it's, a half of what is estimated from the past. In the past, almost anything was accepted. Tons of books. When you go to a thrift store and you see books and it's like a Microsoft Word manual from 1993, and you're like, no one will ever read this again. We shouldn't have this. So they're not taking books. They're not taking couches, which are typically, places for infestation. So the quality of material will be higher based on the guidebook. So while we don't have, I guess I'll just conclude by saying, while we don't have, I would say, a volume metric for diverted materials, this will give us a better the pilot stage will give us a better understanding of how effective this is. And if Commissioner Hughes has anything to add.
Yeah, well, part of the purpose of the pilot stage is to make sure that they can do it safely and hygienically, and so that's part of it. And if that doesn't work, then I think we would look at an enclosed structure, and that's what Plan B or Plan C would be, an enclosed structure. And we looked at some of those when they. I don't know.
So a shipping container. So yeah, and
shipping containers.
I didn't answer part B, which is that a Plan B might be. Currently, it's an open sort of shed manger structure, which is good airflow. Obviously, animals can technically get in, but the items would be raised on tables 18 inches off of the ground. If we're still having health and safety issues, a shipping container with an open long edge can be obtained for under $10,000. So there are, and then they have closing doors, like sliding closing doors. So there are options in this initial pilot stage. Will just give us an understanding of that. While ideally we can just repurpose the current building because that's most cost effective and it's already there and people know it.
Thank you so much. And kind of sounds almost like a pulga, a flea market. And that'd be nice to have that. And just a creative idea is, I know Consuelo's place, and Commissioner Hughes knows this more than I, and is always looking for housing, goods, furniture, amazing things, even lampshades to help people who get a new place. Maybe they could have the top pick before an open swap. Just a thought.
Well, I think that they are planning to keep things moving along, and so if something doesn't get taken in a few weeks, I think they offered to take it into Goodwill. They could also consider Consuelo's Place and Habitat for Humanity. And if those don't work, I mean, if things just aren't useful, we're going to have them put into the trash sooner rather than later, so they don't attract, so there isn't a mess created.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, a question. I assume that you accept clothing, correct? So clothing would be accepted?
I don't believe that's in the manual because it is a fabric. So it does attract rodents, moths, things like that.
Right.
So clothing is not part of this. This is an open air container.
Understood.
So it is really,
Okay.
A hammer,
Okay.
a spade, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then the other thing, I noticed that no toilets, but what about unused, fixtures, bathroom fixtures, kitchen fixtures, any type of leftover building supply that someone could make a grow box? Now that gets kind of hairy because then people start dropping off any kind of construction scraps. So
I would say that's more for the reuse. This is called the reuse center.
For Habitat?
Habitat restore. The space is currently the size of a shipping container. If you can imagine, it's
Got it.
about
Understood.
80 feet by 10.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Fabulous. I do have a question. I know it's a pilot project. We are in the middle of August. 4 months, is that enough to prove a concept? Or is this something that a date, June 30th, is better? Was there a reason that it was such a short time?
So I have an explanation for this, and Commissioner Hughes can. We did talk about this. We do want to move to the second phase as quickly as possible, in part to respect the sort of operations of the transfer station. And so the resolution does include a provision for that period to continue at the, given county manager permission, essentially. So I think that we can understand some basic contours, and if we needed another 2 months to see where we are with sort of a bid or a quote for what a construction project might cost, then that extends for 2 months so long as everything is going well, and we decide then. So there's a continuation provision in the resolution.
Okay. Maybe that is sort of this phase 2 that you just sort of forces us to get to phase 2 with a deadline, but it seems to me 4 months is not quite enough, but if you feel comfortable with that. Where I would like to see, I love this concept, right? I mean, I think diversion of all sorts of stuff of really high value that has just needs something as simple as a new power cord or things like that is just such a valuable resource. Working and maybe this isn't the facility for it, but in partnership with a youth program and with the community college, in an effort to work on the value of being handy, but also in the space of electronics, computer recycling. I frequently see people asking, where can I recycle a computer, and creating a facility that can manage that. And those are really, if not high dollar, they are high diversionary value. Trash is trash, food waste is food waste, and we should be, composting and doing a whole bunch of those things. But when we get to electronic waste that certainly shouldn't be going into a landfill, we should be diverting it as much as possible for its environmental purpose. And finding a program and some of the leadership of some of the operators of this, either with the community college or with YouthWorks or some program, both so that this becomes intergenerational and teaches the next generation to value some of this and not to be the disposable generations that we've sort of become. Let's find a way to do that. So I'm in support of this. This is a great first step. Let's get it open. But I encourage you all to reach out to the community college and teach this in a class, and then learn yourselves how to recycle a computer, because you might not know how to, and that we expand on this. And then lastly, I do want to encourage, I'm okay with this in the El Dorado 285 corridor reuse center, but I kind of like the idea of branding this as just a Santa Fe County reuse center, so that we don't make people feel that it's exclusive, that it has the value that anybody in the county can come visit it. I'm not going to die by that, but I just think that that is something, especially when we had the question up here of, can people from all over the county come here? It just happens to reside in the El Dorado 285 area, but that it makes it feel like we don't need one in every district. We should just have one for the county, build from there, and this represents all of the county. So I leave it to you guys.
So I think those are both, so the computer waste, great idea. We currently, our electronics recycling policy, there is not electronic recycling at El Dorado, so it wouldn't be the right site for that, just in response to that. With regard to the branding, I think that's a good idea. This group has worked really hard. I wouldn't want to take away the organizational capacity by sort of not co-opting it, but I think we get where I'm trying to go with this. It's much respect to the people in the audience who have worked very hard on this. I do think that there are opportunities for us to grow and evolve, and in this new chapter, I look forward to working with them, and I know that Commissioner Hughes does as well.
I'm fine. Just keep it in the back of your mind for phase 2.
With that?
Well, in fact, we could have one of these at every transfer station. I know the county staff doesn't want that.
Yeah,
but if this
no,
turns
no,
out to
I'm not encouraging it. In fact,
so popular.
I don't even know that it needs to be at transfer stations per se. I think it could live at the community college, right? This could be a real program of the community college to learn at all generations, if that is the most appropriate location.
Absolutely.
And they may decide they want to build one because we've proven the concept. And the same thing at Northern, right? We could decide that even though it's not in Santa Fe County, it's at the northern edge of over the line, and this is something that that Espanola should be teaching its community up there just as much as we would do it in Santa Fe.
Agree. Right. Well, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution supporting the reopening of the reuse center at the El Dorado Convenience Center.
And I will second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes and a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Give lots of stuff new life. Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Chair Greene, I have resolution numbers.
Oh, you love so you break the rules, we take it back. No, just kidding.
A is 107 and B is 108.
Yes, thank you for catching me on those. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, folks, and good luck opening that up. You got a timeline, so work on it. Thanks. Excellent. Item 6, we have legacy recognitions. We do not have any on there today. In the appointments and reappointments, we have for ourselves to decide, request appointment of commissioners to the Joint City-County Action Working Groups established at the July 30th, 2026 special joint meeting of the governing bodies of the City and County of Santa Fe. Sarah, hi.
Hi.
Thank you for organizing that. It was a lot of work went into that, and it was a great meeting. So I look forward to seeing where we go with it next.
Absolutely. So I don't know that this item really needs a formal introduction, but for the record and the members of the public, just say that I'm before you to request the appointment of 2 commissioners to each of the 4 joint city-county action working groups established by the board and the City of Santa Fe governing body at the July 30th joint special meeting. The CMO team surveyed commissioners regarding your interest in serving on these 4 working groups, and those results have been shared with the board. There is sufficient interest to fill all 4 working groups. So at this time, staff is requesting the board determine and appoint 2 commissioners to each group. And for the record, the groups are affordable housing, homelessness, city boundaries and regional planning, also known as land use, and senior services and childcare working groups. So I'm here to support that appointment.
Thank you. Where was the selections shared?
Via email yesterday evening at about 5:45 p.m.
Okay.
I can get you a printed copy too if you'd like. Does anyone else need a printed copy? Yeah, you do?
Yeah, I have a copy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I see it here now. Sorry, we were dealing with an evacuation up north yesterday, so I was a
Yes,
little
it was a
distracted yesterday.
Busy day.
Yep.
Chair Greene?
Yes, ma'am.
Since you have been busy, and thank you, Sarah, for pulling this together for us, and the enthusiasm from the commissioners. Chair Greene, I put together various scenarios. No, I don't have a lot of time. I just do this sometimes because I was thinking, but there's a couple things we can consider as commissioners, is that what would be the composition of the working groups that would allow the maximum number of commissioners to get their first and second choice? Like that would be like a fairness question. The second thing we could consider is we would appoint primary and two primaries and do an alternate in the event that someone gets sick or have life events like we do with other committee assignments. So everybody would get a shot. This would be through the end of December because we would then need to revote when Henry Roy Ball comes on board, right? So the question, and not to put you in the hot seat, Commissioner, but Chair Greene, is, is there a committee you might be willing to dig your boots in on because you want to see some outcome before the end of December? Are you willing to maybe not be on another one because you won't be able to carry it through? Those are just things I was thinking about. So continuity, everyone getting a first and second choice option, and a third. So, and I put together little scenarios, but I think we don't really need that because we work really well together.
Thank you. The question came to me on that. I'm somewhat agnostic, but not. Part of my intent is to make sure that we get some traction in some of these spaces. And I also know that there are, by these resolutions and this spoken process right now and structure, there are 2 city councilors and 2 county commissioners for each of these. But I do think that each one of these topics shouldn't just be led only by elected officials. I think in the housing and affordable housing space, there are people that are practitioners and experts in the space that should be a part of this working group, and people that have some level of outside knowledge that may not be officially elected officials, but might have extra knowledge. Same thing for, maybe not for the land use and for the growth boundaries. That seems to be something that could be pretty targeted in a bilateral conversation and maybe solved relatively quickly. Senior and child care, I think everything from some of the programs and, Quorum Foundation and, folks that are working, Growing Up New Mexico should be at the table, in the public school district and so on should be in those concepts. And the same thing in the homelessness space. So each one should have exterior people. And so later, if you think that there's a value of me sticking around after my term here, I'd be happy to stick around. But I just may not be that elected official on that board. So,
Yes.
Yes. I do not plan on disappearing, if you want me around.
Chair Greene, thank you. And I want to be clear, I was looking for a win for you, to be on something where you can see an outcome by the end of December. And just, you are absolutely correct. The resolution, the joint resolution was written, so it's that it includes subject matter experts, community, other types of tribal leaders and other organizations. It's a working group, and as Commissioner Johnson and I know, and some of you have also worked on working groups, but the Area 1B, we were able to hit it and quit it because we were really focused. We brought in experts, we brought in county staff, We had a community forum, and we were able to do it like in 3 months. So please hear that I was looking for a win for you. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. No, I definitely, I did put my first choice as housing, which I think I'm the only person to put that in as the first choice, but that seems to be my strength at the table here, regardless. But I'm agnostic. I'd like to help lead that subject. I think the land use issue should be the easiest, right? That should be something but I don't need that to be a quote unquote win just because it's easiest. I think that is something that should be able to be resolved by December, no problem. Housing's going to be a much longer conversation, both in terms of our general plan, SMGP or SGMP, and the city's general plan revisions. This should go towards a collaborative aspect of that. I look at the list that Sarah put together. Thank you for organizing this. Don't worry about me. Let's start discussing.
Chair Greene, for a process, do you want to just go down the line and hear from each commissioner what they want to go to the mattresses for as their top pick, and then what they're willing to relinquish, and we can kind of maybe put a little matrix together, see what works? Would that be okay?
Yes. I do want to just point out that there are 2 people that chose one item as their first choice, and there are 3 people in the land use space that have chosen that as their first choice. So, I guess that's, in the land use space, the question is there anybody here that wants to be the alternate in that space?
Chair Greene, I'd like to be removed from land use and move senior and childcare to my number 1 pick and housing to my second. I think it's most appropriate for the type. I don't work as much with the city. I don't have as much city property to represent. However, I had a wonderful visit with the Edgewood Senior Center. They have a huge interest in making it a multi-generational center with little kids and seniors. Nice. So it's just automatic, in my opinion. And I think that would be something that I would love to support, because I attended the last meeting on the early childhood, and the city very much wants to take the leadership role in that. And I think there's a way to combine those efforts in what we're doing with our senior centers and their childhood. So if I may, I would like to just sort of shift my priority there.
So that's noted, Commissioner Bustamante, that your number 1 choice is now senior and childcare, and second is housing.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That's super helpful.
That was super helpful. Thank you very much. In that, as another model, I know many of the pueblos of Santa Fe County, their senior centers are called IGCs, intergenerational centers, and they put their child care with their seniors, and it is where they teach language, they teach history. It is so valuable, and I think that's a model that we should be working with, and it's great to hear Edgewood thinking in those terms as well. I'm going to keep going over here, and I'll get over there. Yes, go for it.
Chair Greene and others, I would like land use to be my number 1 and homelessness my second. And I'm flexible around an alternate appointment. Passionate about all the issues, but I know that each of us can step up to the plate, and I'll stand behind those who are leading the efforts in the other areas. I'm very interested in intergenerational programming, but we can slice that up, and I think Commissioner Bustamante leading that group is great for childcare, and I'll join you just with the meetings with Senator Trujillo on the sidebar and some of the efforts we're trying to get just as county discussions. Thanks.
Fabulous. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I think I'm the only one who chose homelessness as my first choice. And I'm the only one, well, till Commissioner Bustamante showed senior and children as a first choice, but I'm the only one as a second choice. I'm the only one that has any choice. So I think it's pretty clear what I'm going to do, those 2, homelessness and senior and child care.
Fabulous. Commissioner Johnson?
So it sounds like we have mostly resolved the land use component because Commissioner Carson and I are the only ones with it first. Having worked on annexation issues with Commissioner Carson, I welcome the opportunity to do that again. And I think we made a good team for that. So that's the one that I think I have the most expertise in. Housing is a concern for all of us. And I do have some experience in the housing space. And I am happy to learn more. If it turns out that I need to be the alternate for that, I won't be precious about it. But I'm kind of agnostic, honestly, about, I would be happy to do senior and childcare as well. That's the problem with a ranked choice. Sometimes your second and third are the same. So open to it, just fit me in wherever you want it. I would prefer to be on the land use committee as my major appointment. Thank you.
Sarah.
Yes,
I think
sir.
it actually lines up pretty good, but I don't have it all in front of me. So tell me what you think.
Yeah, so what I've noted since your conversation is that Commissioner Bustamante prefers housing and senior services childcare. Should I go by group instead?
I was going to say let's go by group.
Let's
and
go by
then
group.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, affordable housing, Commissioner Bustamante. Homelessness, Commissioner Kari Stone and Commissioner Hughes.
Could I
Hold on.
I heard Greene say housing.
Oh, I thought you were going
Yeah.
last.
Well, no, I was going. You've heard from me that I was housing.
This is
I'm not.
normal.
I don't need to change anything, but I would. Land use seems to be full, but I would move to homelessness. My
Okay.
second choice is fungible. My first choice is housing.
Okay, in that case, then it's written housing Bustamante and Commissioner Greene. Homelessness, Commissioner Kari Stone and Commissioner Hughes. Land use, Commissioner Kari Stone and Commissioner Johnson. Senior Services and Childcare, Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Hughes.
Okay. And of those now, who has two?
Ooh.
Um,
So everyone has two except for Commissioner Johnson and you, Chair Greene.
Thank you.
so do we want to do alternate
Where would you like to be an
appointments?
alternate?
Because
Yeah.
I heard housing alternate, Commissioner Johnson. I'm not sure about land use, if someone wants to be an alternate there. Homelessness alternate Greene, and senior child care, we don't have an alternate.
That's correct. That sounds right.
Well, so my understanding was that Commissioner Bustamante said senior and childcare is her first and housing is her second, and I also have housing as my second. So I suppose one of us could be the alternate for that. It may be Commissioner Bustamante, who appears to be walking away, so maybe we'll come back to this. But yeah, I'm happy to be the alternate or only have one. I think this is a good opportunity to work on these projects. So we are trying to avoid a quorum is the thing that we need to keep in mind. Right. So the alternate is not really that kind of alternate where you want, or were we going to notice this?
So we can notice this. So I think that the goal, just to think out loud, is to have as much time to work on these as necessary. But if we need to have these things come forward in a meeting, so be it. Right? Where are we on this? Let's have a presentation on this. It's okay. It's not terrible to do so.
Could Chair and Commissioner Johnson, could we sometimes under-leverage the amazing abilities of Sarah and the Liaison team. Could us, if we are an alternate, provide feedback to the working group and the co-commissioners leading that on behalf of the county? That could be another, that the alternates actually have an active role via the liaisons and Sarah, like here's some information I did. I don't know if that's allowable, Attorney Boyd.
Can you restate the question?
Yeah, that if we had an alternate, the alternate would go through Sarah and the liaisons to provide For example, feedback. I'm interested in being an alternate for childcare and senior services. So I could provide feedback through Sarah to Commissioner Bustamante and Hughes if that's the final outcome on what I've been working on with childcare in counties.
Chair Greene and Commissioner Hikari Stone, if I understand your question, it's whether you can essentially coordinate with two other members of the commission on the business of these working groups through the filter of a staff member who's not going to facilitate discussion.
To contribute information and background work to contribute to the working groups, yeah. Through liaisons and not direct communications with the commissioners.
Chair Greene and Commissioner Hikari Stone, listening to your proposal for alternates, there's certainly nothing wrong with an alternate attending these meetings, but as you're all aware, the Open Meetings Act requires notice and an agenda for any discussion amongst a quorum of public business. So the issue with even indirect communications is that gives rise to a discussion among three members of public business and would require notice of that discussion and an agenda. So that I would advise staff not to essentially help you all have discussion within the working group consisting of three members.
If I may, just,
Sure.
Two concepts here. One, throw it over the bridge to the city.
There you go.
Two, and work with the equivalent of Sarah at the city level to say that our alternate works with their team, potentially, and so nobody knows that they're working where it came from. The other, so, hey, let's work it. The other one is that we actually open it up to conversations here, right? And that for the next 6 months, that we decide that we're going to have a topic here so that all of us can say, here's where we're at on this topic. If you have any thoughts about it, let's bring it forward. Okay, I saw that. You weren't picking your nose. You were sort of giving me the yeah, okay. And that wasn't the mafia thing there either. That was, nose is an important feature here, and it doesn't get captured in the minutes.
Chair Greene, I would recommend that latter approach.
Yes.
That if you want to have discussions among the alternates and the primaries,
Let's do
that
it.
take place at a BCC meeting.
We have intent here. We want to get things done. The faster and the more time that we can do that, we will put a, whatever it takes, I guess it is kind of up to me as the chair, for the next few meetings. Let's always have an update on city-county meetings as a subject, and we will have a topic brought up by staff and where things are, whether it's everything, we've got a scheduled meeting coming up, to these are the city members, or as we get further along, we'll have more information about these things as they come forward, and we can have our notes put out in public. And if there's ever something that is decided, like annexation, that does need to be handled in private, well, then we'll deal with that.
Chair Greene, I want to bring, so it sounds like we have consensus and agreement on primary, secondary, but Commissioner Johnson was throwing out that he'd also be willing to serve on the housing as primary. Now we have Commissioner Bustamante back in the room, and I guess it's just a matter of the two of you deciding what to swap. I'd be willing to be an alternate on senior and childcare, but also just relinquish any role at all.
So, Commissioner Bustamante, to update you, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Carson, because you and I both have housing as second, I'm happy to be the primary. I'm happy to be the second person and not the alternate for that, or I'm happy to be the alternate at your decision.
I would be grateful for you to be the primary. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Can you run that back? I didn't get that.
So
right
housing
now we have
would be
housing.
myself and Commissioner Johnson, with Commissioner Bustamante as the alternate. Senior Services is going to be Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Hughes, with Commissioner Kakari Stone as the alternate. Land use is going to be Commissioner Kakari Stone and Commissioner Johnson. I guess I will step into that space as the alternate. And lastly is homelessness, which is Commissioner Kakari Stone and Commissioner Hughes with Commissioner... okay, well, I'll be alternate on two things, I guess, but it's fine. I'll be going soon. No.
Okay, with respect and thank you for bearing with me. I thought we were looking for 2 commissioners to be appointed to 4 working groups. Didn't factor in the alternate, so I'm going to confer with Manager Schaefer and Attorney Boyd after the meeting and just determine how we can filter in alternates and what that practice will look like, because I'm not sure that we were anticipating alternates being appointed as well.
Yeah, alternates, I think, as we've done in the past, is if a primary can't show up for a meeting, hopefully they do, they are kept up to speed and show up, right? I mean...
And if a primary can't make it for some life circumstance, they let the alternate know ahead of time, so there's a representation of 2.
Thank you.
Yes?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that concept. I just don't know how it's going to fit in this arena, but we will definitely post the decision made today of the appointments of the 2 primaries, and then we'll follow up with alternate, just clarity on that.
Yeah.
But Chair Greene and Attorney Boyd, per Sarah's request, could we amend what's on the agenda and just say we also selected alternates, and that be for the record?
Chair Greene and Commissioner Kakari Stone, I think that the decision that you all are making as set forth on the agenda is requesting appointments to these working groups, none of which, as we all are on the same page on, can have more than 2 of you on that group. I think that I wouldn't amend the agenda. I would just have Sarah note that you've selected alternate attendees for these working groups. And then I think what I hear Sarah to be saying is that it's going to be between the county manager and the members of the working group to figure out how to make it possible. And certainly, ultimately, the working group itself will have to discuss whether to allow alternates if that's amenable. I think that the point of hesitancy you're getting here is that we're coming with instructions to select 2 members and not more than 2, and so I think that's a fair concern.
All right, I will make a motion to adopt the primaries or the 2 people as, if you want to repeat it, you may, but I think we were pretty good with it, to serve as our 2 members of the 4 groups in the joint city-county meetings.
I second it.
Any further discussion? Did we get it? Do we understand it? Do you want to repeat it for the record?
No, I think we're good.
We're good?
I think we're good.
We heard it. Okay, great. Okay. All right, we have a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. Let's
Thank you.
keep moving. Thank you very much, Sarah. That was great. All right. I know we're not supposed to have applause, but that's almost an applause-worthy thing. So. We can take a bio break. We are done with our appointments and reappointments. We will take a 14-minute bio break here. We will come back at 4 p.m. Thank you, everybody. We're not doing dinner. You're good. No, it's all right. It's all good. All right, and we're back. It is now 4:03. We are going to stand in recess of the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners and convene the Santa Fe County Housing Authority for a short meeting. Can I get a roll call, please?
Hey, Chair Greene, sorry, there needs to
pardon
be a
me.
vote to recess because we don't have
Okay,
this
so
as part
let's
of the
make this
agenda.
motion. I will make the motion to stand in recess and request that we convene as the Board of County, or the Santa Fe County Housing Authority.
Second.
We got a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry.
All in favor? Keep going.
I'm sorry, the motion needs to state that you're going to reconvene immediately following the Housing Authority meeting today
That we are going to reconvene.
as the Board of County Commissioners.
We're going to reconvene, and just for the record, to show that we are going to reconvene after the Board of the Housing Authority meeting, immediately after, we are going to reconvene as the Board of County Commissioner and finish our agenda. Is that a friendly amendment?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. We are convening.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. If we can please have just a couple of minutes to switch.
We are good to go. All right. We are good to go. All right. We are back, and we are going to convene the Santa Fe County Housing Authority. Sorry, I've got a butterscotch thing in my mouth. We have, can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Here?
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Presente.
and Chair Justin Greene.
I'm here. And public member?
Public member Gaitha Romero.
Did we get her, make sure that she was ready for this?
Mr. Chair, she is online.
Ms. Romero, are you able to hear us, and can we hear you?
She's muted.
I see you. I see you nodding, but you're muted or something's not working. She hears us. I hear you now. Perfect. Thank you. Fabulous.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Okay, we have a quorum and we got everybody here. We have an agenda before us. Is there anything, any changes necessary to the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Got a motion by Commissioner Johnson. Second by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have an agenda. We are going to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters as allowed by Section 10-15-1 H2 NMSA 1978, including executive management and personnel matters, including appointment of an interim executive director of the Housing Authority. We had matters of public, we got. Not for a special meeting, thank you very much. I will make the motion to go into executive session to discuss limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 10-15-1 H2 NMSA 1978 to discuss limited personnel matters.
Second.
We have a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Johnson. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes?
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Yes.
Chair Justin Greene.
Yes. And Ms. Romero.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to go into executive session for a few minutes. If you would please excuse us, and we will probably be back pretty soon. Thank you. We are back. All right, we are coming back from executive session. Can I get a motion to come back into regular session?
I'd like to make the motion to come back to regular session, understanding that we did not speak about anything other than what was on the agenda.
Super.
Second.
We have a motion to come back into regular session by Commissioner Bustamante, a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, Ms. Romero, is she back on this call? Sarah walks in and it got really, really quiet, and now she's wondering. Can we make sure that Ms. Romero is able to get back on this call?
Really putting her.
Leandro, are you working her? Okay. Can we do it by phone?
Can we take care of other business while I'm waiting? We have to, oh, for the housing. Oh.
You made the attempt at maybe.
Ms. Romero, can you hear us, and can we hear you?
I can hear you. Thank you very much. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting. Thank you so much. I apologize.
No problem. Thanks for coming back. Excellent. We are back, and we are out of executive session. We are now on to item 3 of our agenda, appointment of interim executive director of the Housing Authority. Jonathan, you're down for this.
Chairman Greene, Board of County Commissioners, we have put forth a resolution. I think Sarah has the current resolution in hand with the idea of appointing our Deputy County Manager, Leandro Cordova, as the interim Executive Director of the Housing Authority at this time. We'll stand for any questions, should you have them.
Thank you very much. Commissioners?
I'd like to move to approve Leandro Cordova as the interim director of the Housing Authority.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Hughes. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, what is the pleasure of the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you, Leandro. Thank you, Jonathan. Good luck, Leandro. We look forward to seeing you do great stuff with the Housing Authority. And we need a resolution number.
Oh, yes. It is 109.
Nope, it's a housing.
Ooh. 1 second. Okay, so it's 2026-08 HB.
08HB. Thank you very much. Moving on to concluding business, announcements. Any announcements from the commission? Ms. Romero? No.
No, none at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I'll move to adjourn this meeting and return as the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you very much.
I second it.
Second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned and we will reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if we can just have another 2 minutes to switch the feed over to the Board of County Commission.
of course you may. And we're back? Now we're back. Fabulous. All right, we are back and reconvened as the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Today is August 11th. For the record, we had finished appointments and reappointments, and we are now on to miscellaneous action items. We have item A, a final order for case number 25-5161, appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of case number 25-5160, Gilbert and Rosalba Baca applicants. And Michael Voss and Destiny Romero are going to give the presentation. Thank you, Michael.
Hey there, Chair Greene and Commissioners. This action item is for approval of a final order for a decision that you made on May 12th to deny an appeal in case number 25-5161. You made that decision on May 12th following hearings on March 31st and on May 12th. This request is just to approve an order that reflects your findings of fact and conclusions of law. So I will stand for any questions you have. You normally see these on consent agendas when you make unanimous decisions, but it's an action item tonight because it was a 3-to-1 vote.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. I've assumed the chairmanship because Commissioner Greene abstained from this vote and excused himself. So we're going to take another break, unfortunately, because of some connectivity issues. So we will return soon to conclude. Thanks, Mr. Voss.
Perfect.
Yeah, makes sense. Are you going to do the livability series on Thursday?
Okay, we are back. So picking up where we left off, it is now our turn. If any member of the commission who is part of this vote, I've been instructed to start from the top. I've assumed the chairmanship because Commissioner Greene was excused for this vote, and we've just heard from Mr. Voss. Please just briefly give us your last statement. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair and Commissioners. This is action for just a final order on a decision that you made on May 12th to deny an appeal in case number 25-5161. It's just to reflect the findings of fact, conclusions of law for that decision. It's an action item and not on consent because it was a 3-to-1 vote and not unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. Commissioners?
I move to pass the final order appealing the Planning Commission's denial of case number 25-5160.
And I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have a question.
Okay.
Since I voted no, can I go ahead and approve the findings of orders because it includes that?
I believe so. But let's hear
Making
from...
sure. Then yes, that's the vote. I vote yes in the affirmative.
Okay, so we have 4 in the affirmative and 1 abstention from Commissioner Greene. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
We have a final order.
8C.
As the chair walks up, I will hand the gavel back over, and we'll move on to item 8C.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate that. We are on 8C, a request for approval of agreement number 2026-0289 PW with Contreras Construction Corp. in the amount of $518,170 to provide construction services to 2 new tennis courts at Romero Park and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders. Bill Taylor and Mike Romero, please.
Standing in for Mike Romero.
Okay.
Chairman, Commissioners. This is approval for contract to Contreras, as you've just read. This is for 2 U.S. TA compliant tennis courts at Romero Park. This was designed in phase 2. Money was not, our funding was short on phase 2, so it was deferred until funding was available. So this will be constructed as as part of phase 2. I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners? Go for it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Greene. Mr. Hart, I just want to thank you for all your dedicated work and your team for all the phases of Romeo Park and for the River Trail. And you've always been available to Olivia and I to respond to constituent requests and inquiries. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about just the use. I've seen lots of tennis courts go unused in Santa Fe in the past few years, and obviously we have a bunch of pickleball courts over there because that seems to be where everybody is. I'm wondering do we have a real demand for tennis courts these days?
I couldn't answer that question.
We have demand. The pickleball courts are always full there.
Yeah, but
So
it's a
we could
different
always
sport,
yeah,
right?
I
You
don't
know, and it's like, this is within 3 miles probably of a tennis court within the city of Santa Fe. And I'm wondering if the city courts are suddenly like, oh my God, all you county people are coming over here and using our tennis courts, build your own, or, you know, come over and use our tennis courts. It's just fine.
This was actually part of the master plan that was approved for this.
Yeah, I know. I look at the changing demographics of athletics around here, but I just wanted to throw that out there. All right. Commissioners?
I move to approve the request for agreement number 2026-0289, Public Works with Contreras Construction Corp. For the tennis courts.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Kukari-Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Play some tennis. Item D, request for approval of a change order number 1 to agreement number 2026-0004-CCD/BT with Energy Systems Groups to the amount of $546,272.52, inclusive of GRT for the Guaranteed Utility Savings Facility Upgrade Project, and delegation of authority to the county manager to execute the change orders and sign the purchase order. Jacqueline, hello again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, Jacqueline Beam, Sustainability Manager with the Community Development Department. And the Sustainability Division requests this approval of as a change order for an agreement that we currently have with ESG for that amount of $546,272.52 due to construction phase findings in lighting control at the lighting control system at the judicial complex and inserts that are ballistic resistant for 102 Grant Avenue as a risk and safety concern, and then also additional contingency funding and a demo wall that needs to be demoed for an HVAC system. This funding has been identified in 2 cost centers, and the packet includes the change order requests along with all the pricing. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Assistant
Vice Chair. Assistant Chair. I like that. Go on.
This says guaranteed savings. So does that mean we don't pay anything if we don't have savings?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, so it is guaranteed savings with the original recommendations, and these change it by $800 and some dollars. So we will lose $800 and some dollars over the course of 17 years, I believe it is. But otherwise, these do not affect the energy savings.
Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? All right.
I'll move to approve the item 8D.
I second.
Excellent. Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Let's save some money.
Thank you.
Let's save some energy. Both. Excellent. That takes care of our miscellaneous action items. Correct? Yes. And we are on to presentations. All right, Jonathan, presentation on proposed updates to ordinance number 2023-05, the affordable housing rules, and to the county's down payment assistance regulations.
Thank you, Chairman Greene, Board of County Commissioners. I am filling in today for Ann Wdarczyk, and I have to give her a lot of praise for digging deep with Michael Nunez to investigate the state of our affordable housing programs and the down payment assistance program in particular, which we will talk specifically about today. Denise Benavidez is on the line. Denise has been stewarding the effort to make this presentation to you, and I know Denise is here to stand for questions, as well as Michael, I think, is coming into the audience if he's not already online. The county's down payment assistance program provides loans to income-eligible first-time home buyers to assist with the purchase of a primary residence. In 2023, the Board of County Commissioners adopted ordinance number 2023-05, which implemented both an affordable housing plan and the affordable housing rules for the Community Development Department's affordable housing program. Both the plan and the rules were approved by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, also known as MFA, and both were consistent with MFA rules at the time of their adoption in August of 2023. However, in December of 2023, MFA amended its rules, leaving the county's affordable housing rules in ordinance 2023-05 out of alignment with the updated MFA requirements under the Affordable Housing Act. Our affordable housing team seeks to present two related but separate items arising under ordinance number 2023-05. Number one, the staff is seeking to propose amendments to Santa Fe County's affordable housing rules to bring them in alignment with MFA's current rules. And number two, the staff is seeking to propose a new resolution that you all would adopt to update our down payment assistance program regulations. We intend to bring that back before the body after number one, getting input from you all, and then number two, going back and processing that to then bring it back to you all for final approval. The proposed updates include an increased maximum loan amount, expanded allowable uses of loan proceeds, revised income eligibility criteria, a codified affordable housing period consistent with MFA rules, and strengthened program administration provisions. Today's presentations, which I will go through quickly, is to provide you with an overview of the program, solicit your feedback, as I mentioned earlier, and get direction on the proposed amendments to the rules and regulations. And following today's presentation, our team will draft the proposed amendments and bring those changes back to you all for potential approval. And so as I go into our program, we think about what problem we are trying to solve today. Our affordable housing rules are out of compliance. Our rules are inconsistent at the moment. The down payment assistance program has no updated regulatory foundation. And so there are several conflicting resolutions. And without an update, we are concerned about our authority to continue to proceed in good standing. The third thing that we are focusing on and trying to solve today is our program no longer fits with today's market. Our program, as it was originally offered, offers a tiered incentive program of up to a maximum of $20,000 that doesn't adequately assist with today's home buying needs. So our proposed solution is a modification of the previous ordinance adopted in 2023 to broaden it and give more authority with a new updated resolution specifically for the down payment assistance program. How the Act, MFA, and the county programs connect. The Affordable Housing Act authorizes municipalities and counties to provide affordable housing assistance. It is the broad umbrella for all of our activity. MFA sets the actual standards that any county program must meet. And then the county ordinance grants the authority for our affordable housing programs in general. The developer assistance down payment assistance program is just one program that falls underneath the overall affordable housing portfolio. So those proposed changes, our current rules allow for us to offer down payment assistance to residents whose income does not exceed 120% of area median income. MFA allows for up to 150% of the area median income, and we'd like to update our rules based on this change. Our current rules do not allow for persons within jurisdictions of tribal governments or within tribal housing agencies to participate. We'd also like to update to expand our definitions for that eligibility. We also have rules regarding multifamily set-asides. Previously required multifamily housing developers who received any affordable housing funds had to pay a flat percentage of 60% of all development and rehab costs. MFA's modified guidelines and what we are also proposing allows for a proportionate percentage based on resources received. So I'll go into a little bit of income eligibility and why we think that this is so important. If you think about where 120% of area median income is, and if you look at some of HUD standards associated with it, what we sought to do was develop a graphic for you all that thinks about the individuals and people of specific jobs that might be served if we were able to move our cap up to 150% of area median income. And so we all have heard you specifically talk about those types of professions, nurses, law enforcement officials, teachers, paramedics. Those are the types of people we sought to emphasize in this graphic representation of who previously would have not been able to participate in programs at these family sizes at 120% of the area median income versus the proposed increase up to 150% of area median income. Additionally, when we think of our loan use options and expanding the allowable loan uses, our current program really only accounts for down payment and closing costs. It does not dig deeper into other access and entry points that might help home buyers in gaining more affordability. So applying these funds to principals lowers the loan amount and gives itself an opportunity for more flexibility to choose. And so if we choose to expand those options and not just allow for the resources to cover down payment and closing costs, then we believe we are increasing the opportunities for people to participate in the program. The maximum assistance previously was $20,000. We are proposing an increase of $40,000 and have that $40,000 be flat. The $20,000 threshold was tiered, and it was based upon area median income, and it was tiered up to $20,000. We are proposing flat of, if you're qualified, you can get up to $40,000 towards this assistance. The last thing is just reiterating what we would think through in terms of implementation. What we are seeking is that modification of the ordinance to make sure that we can, first and foremost, align with MFA, but secondarily, we are actually looking at an opportunity to perhaps service more people. And so by changing the income threshold, the area median income, the limits allowed in terms of the resources that we can offer, expanding to individuals and persons who may be in tribal territories, and changing some of the requirements around multifamily development, we believe would increase our abilities to be able to service more people. And so the recommendation would be to amend the ordinance and then to adopt new regulations for our down payment assistance program, which account for those things that I had previously mentioned. So I'll stop. We wanted to open up the floor for you all to provide some feedback that we may take back to see if there are additional ways in which we can add to what we are proposing. And so we wanted to create the space to offer you all that feedback so that we can go back and then present something to you all in the coming weeks that would be much more comprehensive reflection of both you all's comments and our additional recommendations. With that, we'll stand for questions. We thank you for your time and attention, and we certainly believe we're moving, as we talked about in the joint meeting, towards examining these processes in ways in which we are looking to be much more impactful and deliberate in how we assess our programs and then how we service the needs of people. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Commissioners, questions from Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Butler. How do people learn about the down payment assistance program? You know, is it, if I am in the market for a house, I fit the criteria, would my loan officer, my mortgage officer tell me about it? I mean, how available is it? And I'll throw that in the pot. And the reason that I'm asking is I'm totally on board with these changes, so long as it doesn't, so long as that, you know, we understand that some people need more help than others, and I acknowledge that Santa Fe is a very expensive place to live in, and I just wouldn't want the sort of the treasure chest to be drained by the people closest before the people in the neediest have access to it, if that makes sense. It wasn't worded perfectly, but we've been here for a while.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. Denise, did you want to start?
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson. A couple of things. Right now, we are looking at ways to do a better job of marketing our programs. However, we know that they need to be amended, right? So we've started with down payment assistance. But one of the things that we do is have some education for our title companies, our mortgage companies, our partners, which are Santa Fe Community Housing Trust and HomeWise, so that they're up to date on all of our programs and assist us in spreading the word to clients. Each of us has a list of already approved clients that we can move forward The other thing that we do, Commissioner Johnson, is we do have a loan committee for down payment assistance. So there's a variety of documents that are shared with the loan committee so that an appropriate decision can be made as to the amount of funding that will be allowable for each client. We are really conscientious about those that are in our lower income categories. And I think this program will help us to assist those and those that we identify as our firefighters, our nurses, our teachers. There's that gap that we currently miss because of the AMI, but we do have a loan committee that does assist us with making decisions in response to the amount allocated.
Thank you, Ms. Benavides, and thank you, Jonathan. So I don't have any additional questions. I guess I would just make a simple suggestion, which is that the resolution component just mention outreach so that we keep that top of mind as far as introducing the community to this increased availability for DPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Butler. Have you done any research as to what the scope of the need is? In other words, how many households need versus how many we can help?
That's an excellent question. We're trying to do that now. There are two things as I have come into my seat that I have been constantly thinking about, and you all have heard this from me before. I just need to know what data we have, first and foremost. And then number two, we need to identify the gaps that we may have in that data. We already know, for example, with our down payment assistance program, that we perhaps are missing a lot of opportunities because it's still only limited to inclusionary zoned units. That's an opportunity there, right? And so as we think through what the need is, Commissioner Hughes, versus what we have real data on, and how many people are we actually trying to solve the problem for? So if we think about our inclusionary zoned units and that product, you're already talking about a very small subsect of people that you would be serving. We need to ask a reasonable question of how do we ensure that we make sure that we fill those units expeditiously? How many units are we talking about? I know Denise and her team are already looking at that information. They may have some of that data. I'll let her speak on that if they do. But a part of the charge right now is to do two things. Commissioner Johnson gave voice to one, thinking about how do you make sure you can market and then scale the program? And then number two, to your point, I think about how many people are we serving? How many people, what's the need? And then what's the affect? We know as we interact both with county employees and people on a daily basis, we believe the need is significant. But we also think that there should be some real intentional, deliberate, and strategic ways in which we are also thinking about pipeline programming for how we do things like transition people even from public housing into other types of housing. If we look at the housing on a spectrum and we think about how do you take folks who might be formerly incarcerated and we're transitioning them from being justice involved into housing all the way through a cycle of home ownership. These are the types of things that we want to be able to be more intentional about building the data sets and tracking that data for. Our programs are relatively young and new. They are very much in their infancy. And so these are opportunities for us to be able to develop the right tracking mechanism and get the right data for it. Denise, is there anything you might want to give voice to in that space?
Thank you, Jonathan. Chair Greene, Commissioner Hughes, thank you for the question. Just a couple of things to add. One of the things that we do when we are looking at our budget is we try to align what the need is for down payment assistance with the number of homes that we know are going to be built based on what's moved through the process in growth management, right? So we keep on top of developments that are currently building or that we know are going to build within that budget cycle that year. So that's kind of how we determine budget and the need. And we're a little bit behind. The city increased their down payment assistance sometime back. And they're doing up to 50,000. One of the things that we know as we underwrite each client is that the down payment assistance requirement is a percentage of the cost of the home. So down payment assistance has gone up quite a bit, right? What the requirement is, as well as closing costs. So we're seeing between down payment assistance and closing costs, that amount is well over sometimes 25,000, right? Depending on the cost of the home. So it is a huge amount. And of course, with interest rates as high as they are, and we've seen them go up, not down recently, that kicks the payment amount up for the clients we try to serve. So this is our attempt to assist as many clients as we can in all the different income ranges. And right now, we're doing a pretty good job of that. As Director Butler knows, I recently met with both Jarrah Horton and Pulte to have those discussions with them, and also the requirement to build 2-bedroom homes, right? So we're doing improvements as we go, and I think that in the future, we'll be able to help a lot more clients.
Yeah, thank you. And I do appreciate, the idea of raising the amount you can give and the increasing the AMI that you look at as needing help. So I appreciate that. And thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Mr. Butler. Thank you, Ms. Benavides. I really appreciate that you're proposing to, in some ways, modernize, keep us up to date with where MFA is. I agree with the increasing the AMI. I just had one question. It looks like you're including and amending to include tribal governments. Have you gotten any consultation or feedback yet from some of our tribes we would be collaborating with?
Denise, you want to start there?
Yes. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Kokari. We have not, although there was some verbiage in the previous down payment assistance resolution. For whatever the reason, we don't get too many requests from that particular population. We do hope to be able to assist more of them for sure. I did have one, which was San Ildefonso. Pueblo did reach out in wanting to do a housing project or partner with us regarding a housing project. So that's where a lot of the marketing, I believe, comes in. We really need to get out there and improve the marketing that we do regarding our programs. So that's going to be next steps for us in working with our partners to do that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Benavides. It seems like an opportunity. Overall, I'm in favor of everything you proposed here. I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, Michael just pointed out something too that I think is real significant. At times we are asked, almost to be a pass-through entity where the state may give resources, and serving in that capacity, it then allows us to be able to connect, for example, in this instance with tribal nations in that way. Without this change, we can't do that. And so that's significant. I will also say, having had previous experience working with some tribal governments, if they are doing development, and they're doing, particularly, our sweet spot is I'm always going to be advocating for different types of multifamily development because I'm thinking about volume and I think it's efficient uses of public resources. Without this change, though, we're not able to impact what they may be doing on those lands. And so thank you, Michael, for making sure that we pointed that out. And so it does, I think, create some opportunities for us to do some deeper engagement. And it also gives us more of an opportunity to work more collaboratively with the state to be able to put resources in the hands of communities that need it.
Thanks. Commissioner Bustamante?
I don't really have any comments. I agree with the changes that you have. I'm looking at just doing some calculations on what affordability really can be, and it's just still astounds me that some people in real basic situations would, I just don't know any houses that are really at, I was looking at a gentleman I know who is comfortable renting with $31,000 annually as his income, and he won't be able to buy a house. I mean, ever. I mean, unless something big happened. So I just, that was just where my thoughts were going, but I appreciate everything that is done, and I don't really have any substantial questions at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do have a couple. The first one, thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, for bringing up the tribal, and for you to, Jonathan, for clarifying the concept of multifamily. I think there's probably the down payment assistance doesn't connect because from my understanding, there's no fee simple and any opportunity in that, but it'd be interesting to see if there's a way to at least subsidize some of the buildings so that whatever mortgage value comes in, not as a soft second, but maybe it's some infrastructure to reduce the, different ways to apply that on tribal land. On the multifamily side, as I think that's interesting, I've heard from 3 of the tribes in northern Santa Fe County.
Okay.
Maybe even a 4th if you include one that has a little bit of space in Santa Fe County. But 3 of the ones that are entirely within Santa Fe County talking about developing housing and doing some sort of housing project. And so I think having some real focus and sitting down with each of them to understand what they're trying to do and seeing how we can legally do it, right? Maybe it's a pass-through. That may just be the easiest solution. Maybe it is administration of a program that we're going to manage, but it's in partnership with them. I don't know. But definitely making sure that we can partner with them in a way that our resources combine to support our common goals and our residents and constituents. So some intentionality just in the tribal area to figure out, because it's complicated. And that's like, at the end of the day, if that's really what we want to do, it's a lot of figuring it out before it even gets to we've got a program that we're just expanding the definitions. It's a real bunch of legal work. I really want to give you a shout out for the presentation. When I was reviewing it, it was very clear. So if that was you, there was definitely a value to how you methodically walked us through it, not only in your presentation, but before when I was reading it from home, it made a lot of sense. And it didn't leave a lot of questions. So we can take a lesson from that if that was you or whoever did that. So thank you. Lastly, I'm wondering, you've heard me speak about this in the past, and I'm wondering where this can meet up with this program. And I'm wondering can we look at creating a kicker, for lack of a better term, for ADUs, so that if a project wants to come through with a ADU density bonus, for lack of a better term, but if they want to build an ADU on at the time of development, that we can incentivize that, whether that's for multi-generational housing or for helping those that are in this program have an opportunity to subsidize their carrying costs of their home by becoming landlords themselves, especially because it helps with these smaller units that we so desperately need in Santa Fe County. If we build a 3-bedroom unit for a family that you're describing here of two wage earners and 2 dependents, well, there's nothing better than that's a 3-bedroom home, essentially. We need 1-bedroom homes.
and it makes no financial sense to build a one-bedroom home. As a developer myself, I will never build a one-bedroom home unless I'm given an incentive. And so this might be the incentive that helps get them not at mass market level, but as individual landlords that start to have, get into the business of adding equity to in this. And maybe it's a $20,000 kicker if that's on there, because they get to, they're getting into the rental market. That was my only suggestion that I sort of saw that was missing in this, and wonder if there's a way to work that in there.
Thank you. I'm taking notes. And I think a part of what I would do, Chairman Greene and commissioners, is, as we also think through your recommendations, I'm thinking, what's the right place to kind of fit the intervention? And so if you look at the portfolio and you look at the suite of offerings, it might not be in down payment assistance, but this may be a way that we think through a new way of doing developer assistance. And so just trying to figure out what the right lane for each intervention is going to be is something that we're also working on. And we just, I just want to give voice to this really quickly. I look at part of my job as being responsible and a good steward with public resources, and thinking through ways in which we can, as the county manager often says to me, we're looking to figure out how can we do interventions that help hundreds. And yes, there are small interventions along the way, but finding the right mechanisms in the right place, not just for us as county, but also for service providers and people who might be in these industries. How do we maybe incentivize some of that work as they do something that might be more one-to-one? And we think about how we can maximize our resources as public entities to make sure that we can, put larger dents into some of our affordable housing deficits in particular, and serving people to create more pathways to home ownership, we think is going to definitely increase that. So I just thank you all for always being willing to talk to us and listen to us and work with us. And I'm looking forward to presenting more things to you all in the future in ways in which we can continue to try to work better to solve these problems.
Thank you. When do you think this would come before us?
So in its optimum, and we'll talk to the deputy county manager and the county manager, but the intent was to bring this presentation for you at this meeting and have something for you by the next meeting for you to consider. And so that is the idea, and that is how we are proceeding. And unless something changes between then and now, of course, we would let you know that, but that's the intent.
Fabulous. Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you very much. I just want to say that the deficit is in one-bedroom units, right? And so the model that you showed is families of 4, but the deficit is in I get that people need purchase homes in families of 4, but in the rental market, when we start doing development assistance grants, developer assistance grants, just speaking for myself, I don't think we need to be giving people 3 and 4 bedroom unit assistance. We need to be giving people 1 bedroom unit assistance. It's seniors, it's young professionals, it's disabled folks, people coming out of jail that are trying to rewrite their lives and the justice system, but it is singles and couples that are needing small units, and they just don't financially make sense except with the assistance grants.
Yeah, to answer that question specifically, if you think about in the home ownership domain, and we put the modeling based on HUD-based numbers, thinking about the projections of a household size of 4. But those numbers will decrease then in terms of where you would sit on the income range if you were looking for a 1-bedroom unit. And so if we look at that as the higher end of the range and those people that we would be able to serve, we think it's fantastic. You'll be able to serve those same people and more if you were finding a product that was only, some type of smaller one bedroom, micro unit, those types of things, which we do need to clear a space for to be able to allow for more of that product, which also includes some engagement and some more work with us in our growth management department to make sure that we are putting forth within, you know, all of our land use and our abilities to be able to do some more innovative approaches to housing. Commissioner Kakari Stone has helped us engage some people who are thinking about alternative models to traditional, you know, standalone structures thought of in a certain way. And so we do believe that there's real opportunity. So if we can get those folks in a developer assistance, get them some developer assistance resources, we can also put the people through the down payment assistance program in those types of homes as well. So we hear you loud and clear on those things, and we are kind of trying to figure out the right models to be able to present to you all.
Yep. Commissioner Bustamante?
Yeah, I just want to say one of the big issues that we have is we don't have the population that attracts things like Costco. And being a child of a single parent, if we're talking no 3 bedrooms and we only really need to go with elderly and et cetera, you're leaving out a whole population of people who may have children. And it may be a couple, it doesn't matter, but what about people who have kids? And I would say one of the other things is if I think about very tight situations when I'm doing some calculations here and looking at school teachers, if I had a 3 bedroom and 2 daughters and an extra room to rent to a co-teacher, then I might be able to actually make the mortgage. I mean, that's a whole population that barely exists anymore in Santa Fe, and I think we need to do things to attract families.
Absolutely. I just one of the models that we see is that people are trapped in their home. They don't have a place to go to downsize, and so when you give a family like a senior couple that is an empty nester an opportunity to go from a 3 or 4 bedroom home into a 1 bedroom home, you free up that 3 or 4 bedroom home for that family, and there's a friction in the housing market that you get by building the smaller unit that's affordable, and that family can then sell to somebody that is a larger family.
But being that this is for first-time homeowners, they wouldn't qualify. So even if you were giving them the down payment assistance and they were elderly, they've already owned a home. They're not first-time homeowners, and this doesn't fall into that category at all.
The building the smaller units,
I mean, this was a conversation about this particular ordinance, so I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, we could.
Yes, but it's a whole market. It's a whole spectrum. So if we can find a way to loosen up those 3 or 4 bedroom units by finding smaller units, whether it's people downsizing, there's a lot of opportunity here. Thank you. Anything else, commissioners? Wonderful. Thank you. Look forward to seeing that in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Mark. All right, we're moving on to item 10, matters from the county manager. Leandro and Greg. Is Greg online?
I'm going to go ahead and get started, and if Greg has anything to add, he can. I did want to inform the board of a couple requests for special meetings. First of all, on September 8th at 1:30, which is right before our normal commission meeting, we would like to have a special meeting to celebrate the Santa Fe Fiestas. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. And then as well, we will be looking for as early as next week or before 8/24 for a special meeting to approve our GO bond resolution so that could get out in time for it to make it onto the ballot. So those are just 2 announcements I wanted to make on behalf of the county manager.
Thank you. Is 8/24 is our deadline for that?
I believe, yes, 8/24. We have to pass the GO bond resolution in order to have enough time by the requirements to get it onto the ballot in November.
Okay. I will bring up something else in a moment that may combine efforts in a second.
And I don't know if, Greg, you have anything else, but that's all I have at this time.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. The only other thing I would do is acknowledge, the work of Chief Black and others managing the evolving situation with the Frijoles fire, and also continued coordination with our federal and local partners concerning that condition. So again, want to acknowledge Chief Black's efforts, and thank you, Leandro, for filling in for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Good to go. All right, we're going to move to matters from the County Commission. Commissioners, who wants to go first? Commissioner Bustamante raised her hand first.
Thank you, Chair. A few things. I did mention earlier that I visited the Edgewood Senior Center. I have to really commend Maddie on her attentiveness and the good work and how happy people were to see her. And it's just a well-run operation. They do have some requests for some capital projects in the back area and a community farm, a growing area. They do have a falcon, not a falcon, what's the word?
Hawk?
A hawk, I'm sorry. A hawk, I knew I was saying the wrong thing, that is in a tree that they need to relocate because it takes dives at them. And it raised concerns for me in how or what we would do. So I would just say that the most careful relocation of that hawk and their little babies, the little family, which is the reason why they take dives at the people, is done well. But they pointed out that they really want assurance that that's done right. We have the tomorrow the ribbon cutting for the bulk water station at Turquoise Court, and I will share that with Commissioner Hughes. It's in his district, but both of our districts use that water station. We have a walkthrough of the Cerrillos Senior Center, and all of you are invited to the ribbon cutting of that new senior center. They have long awaited that, and you all are very familiar of what the holdups have been, so I think it'll be a good time. We did cut the ribbon on the bridge into La Cienega, which was really important. It's been there for a long time. It's been a problem. My first memory of someone being killed at that Z, it was just a pretty tight Z, was when I was 10 years old. And I think it's worth remembering Cuca Gonzalez, who was very well known in Santa Fe. She was on the, bless you, she was in the Sociedad Folklorica and came through that, and that was the first one I ever knew of. And thereafter, it was seasonal. The water comes, people think they're going to run it, and then they get pushed down and over. So it's really wonderful that we have that new bridge. And I want to thank everyone in Public Works and the contractors for their excellent and quick work on that project. We do also have, interestingly enough, given the conversation that we just had regarding housing, is the Livability Santa Fe. I know that we do have staff who go to that, and this presentation on Thursday evening is who gets to live in Santa Fe. And that's top of mind for me when I think of the population that we just basically can't support to live here. It's not affordable, and how do they actually start or have a life here? Next, we have and you're invited to the senior center. Not the walkthrough might be interesting, but the launch that you're invited to is on the 20th. So we will finally be opening the doors on the 20th. I will say out loud, because I know that Chief Black is very, very, very busy, and they want to do what they do is they do a wet down of the firehouse part of it, and the community there is saying, don't waste water, don't do that, please don't do that. And I'm hoping it's not on deaf ears if somebody can get that to Chief Black, but somehow, some way, we can reduce the amount of water that we're going to spend at that location. The other, I think that's pretty much, oh, I did attend a national discussion about data centers and all the opportunities that there are in other states. The good news is when they had the map up of the United States, they had a gray dot on Albuquerque, which these were the ideal areas, and gray means it's up and coming, but it's not there yet. And then everywhere else had green and blue, which are, these places are rocking for data centers. So it didn't look like New Mexico is in that top conversation. So that's all I have to report today. Working on a number of projects, but those will all come before you at our next meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Have you contacted the Wildlife Center up in Espanola to relocate?
I'm not doing the lead on that. I won't be the one doing it, but Public Works will, and they'll be great.
Okay, the Wildlife
But yeah.
Center is pretty well trained at that.
Yeah. And really, I say it out loud to acknowledge that that's important and hoping that someone from Public Works will walk away with that. But they have mentioned it. So hopefully that's what's going to happen. And the spaghetti there was pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. I'll just give some updates from this last week and then some snapshots of what's coming. Thank you to the growth management team, especially Joseph Scala, Alexandra Ladd, Nate Crail. We had the kickoff of the Agua Fria historic Arts and Cultural Center last week, and it went really well. Of course, we have the contract out with the architectural design consultants, and they plan on being done by March so that we as a board can get some feedback and have some priorities for funding next year. I also participated in the Coalition for Sustainable Communities annual strategic planning. Took place on Friday in Albuquerque. I sit on that committee. Commissioner Hughes passed the baton to me. They mainly are focused on state policy agenda, but I reminded them what counties could do. So let's keep that on the radar in terms of trying to push folks to look beyond the state legislature, which is important, but we play a big role with the county. I went to the county was a co-sponsor for Moving Arts Española, Agua es Vida, in collaboration with the Acequia Water Association. And it was an excellent performance by so many children and youth. I was just blown away. Roger Montoya, as well as Salvador, his partner and co-directors of Moving Arts Española, along with so many other teachers and parents, have been preparing these young people, and they were phenomenal. It was kind of like Milagro Beanfield Ward does hip hop and everything under the sun. It was an amazing story that they told, and of course it was a fundraiser. The other piece is I wanted to just share, I did register this week for the Livability Series speaker. It looks like Joanne Schutz is doing Fixer Upper, how to repair a broken housing system. So I hope our county housing team can also go to that. It's at Site Santa Fe. The same night is the Two Spirited fundraiser to kick off Indian Market Weekend. That's actually taking place to build money for, it's a national program for an LGBTQI plus Two-Spirited Center that will actually be in Santa Fe. So that is 5 until 8 p.m., and it's on Canyon Road, and you can find it online. And this Thursday, I'll be heading up to Taos for our quarterly Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area board meeting. I'll be taking former Commissioner Hanson with me in the car, so I hope to catch up with her and what she's doing these days. There's quite a bit of other things happening. Those are the positive notes, but I do want to share with each of you, commissioners, and whoever is listening in the public, but for the record, that we all are seeing an uptake of mass violence against Latino immigrants, particularly Mexican and other immigrants from Central America. We have the deaths of 2 that were in detention facilities, but the brutal shootings of Johann Sebastian Duran, who was only 25, and Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was 52. Last Sunday, some immigrant advocates contacted me, one in particularly, wanting to know if the county sheriff was involved with picking up of 2 families from the ICE. We were not. City police was not involved either. So we still remain a protected force for various sorts of immigrants, making sure people's public safety are at the top of our agenda, as well as not being anti-immigrant. But I do want to put out that possibly with the working group, the progressives that we have with the city or with anyone interested here, we are not ready in government to have a mass response like they had in Minnesota. And there's no reason to think we are Trump-proof or ICE-proof, because we could be selected for the sake that we are considered a sanctuary. And so it's not one of our priorities we put in the 4 working areas with the city and the county. But when we had the immigrants' rights convening and we passed and voted on the immigrant protection and public safety resolution in February 2025, I think this would be a good follow-up to say, what is our boots on the ground? The advocates are ready, but as governments and law enforcement, we're not ready. And I did get a chance to speak with people who were in Minnesota that were county commissioners. So I welcome anyone who wants to join me just for a conversation in cafecito with maybe a couple of city councilors. We had the state police involved. We've had the Attorney General's office involved, Mexican consulate, and I think we need to be ready. Thanks.
All right. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. Yeah, just a few things. Excuse me. Well, we had the audit committee last week, and so the annual audit is underway. We met with Commissioner Greene and I met with the Buckman Direct Diversion last week, and I was impressed at how resilient our system is, given the wells and all that can be. We're not close to being without water this year, although things can always get worse, as we're seeing with the fire. I had a meeting about Belarus, and I think, Olivia was with me on that, and that is proceeding ahead with a different developer and without much help from the county. They did request a little bit of help, but we don't know if we can do that, but we would give them a little help if they need it. Also, the Ulysses development, which is out near Nueva Sequia, presented their project to us, and it looks pretty neat. Another affordable housing project. They're using the 4% tax credit, so they're not really competing with any project we're doing, because that's not a competitive use, and that's, I think, 170 units. And I did bring up the lack of 1-bedrooms we have there, again, concentrating on 3 and 4 bedrooms, because I think they see a big need for that. But I mentioned that it'd be nice to do 1-bedrooms as well, and I think they're doing a few 1-bedrooms. I'm going to join Commissioner Bustamante at the bulk water station ribbon cutting tomorrow, and I'm also having Hour with Hank on Thursday at 5:30, my semi-monthly town hall. And that's it.
Fabulous. Just 1-bedrooms do not make financial sense compared to 3 bedrooms when you can build the same thing. There's a big financial reason why they make that, other than the fact that they think there's demand for it. So, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. So I want to first start by thanking our staff, city staff, and everyone here for attending the city-county joint meeting. And then we've obviously discussed a little bit about that today. I thought that was productive for the most part, and we have, things to aim for, and I remain committed to working collaboratively with the city. I attended the monthly North Central Regional Transit District meeting. There is a sort of government affairs committee formed. That's not what they're calling it, but that's effectively what it'll be doing. So that'll be interesting, and I hope to help them in their processes. And I want to thank, they're certainly not listening, but all of the firefighters and the staff who are supporting the efforts to contain the Frijoles fire. I don't live very close to that, but it's very much affecting my neighborhoods, which means that if you're even closer, you're getting a lot of smoke. So I feel for all of those individuals. And I want to thank Commissioner Kakari-Stone for what she said about that. And I think, speaking publicly, I would be interested in working with you on that. Otherwise, I don't have other information except that my daughter started third grade, which was great because it's time for her to go back to school, for sure. Okay, thanks.
Fabulous. Thank you, commissioners. The first thing I want to do is really give a big thank you to everybody that has been involved in the mobilization and fighting the fire, the Frijoles fire. As Commissioner Kakari-Stone and I were coming back from Espanola together last Wednesday morning, we saw the beginnings of the fire, and we saw the airplanes dropping retardant, and that was the first hint that there was a problem up there. And it's been pretty amazing at the mobilization. Specific thank yous have to go out to the fire department and Chief Black and the team for coordinating our efforts. Chief Black also wears a double duty with the Emergency Management Division and leading that, and Hannah has been doing good work with that and mobilizing yesterday the evacuation center at the Powake Middle School. Also want to give a big thank you to the Powake School District for making that school available. Yesterday I took a tour of the facility. The Red Cross was there, so I have to give a big thank you to the Red Cross. We had drinks, snacks, toiletries, hygiene products, you name it. If somebody needs shelter, we're ready for you. And hopefully it is unnecessary, but it's an insurance policy. The communities of Condillo and Cerro Piñón and Cordova are in our thoughts. And I really want to reiterate, if the call goes out to evacuate, please take advantage of this. Find a friend, find some family, or seek shelter in one of our public shelters and find a way to get out of the way of this fire, because when it moves fast, it moves unbelievably fast. And we need to be aware of that. And, we can replace stuff. We can't replace lives. There's the ready, set, go paradigm. And as we saw yesterday, we went straight from ready to go for a certain segment of the community. So there's no I'll wait for set to go get your stuff together. You should be really preparing. Also to the Forest Service for fighting this fire for the most part with national resources at this point. I want to give a thank you out. Additionally, in a meeting earlier today, I requested that our waste, our transfer stations, especially in the north, but honestly, the fire risk is so pervasive here, that maybe we could open up all of our transfer stations for green waste and to set up a chipper for the next few weeks at various locations, so that people did not feel like they had an excuse. Oh, I can't afford it, or the facility's closed, or whatever the excuse. We need to help people clean up their land, so if a fire gets close to them, that all combustible material is raked up, dead trees are cut down. We should be mobilizing everybody across Santa Fe County to prepare our properties for wildfire risk. And so this request goes out to county management to see if we can get specifically the Nambe and Hakona facilities open 7 days a week for people to bring trees down. You know, I know root balls are not part of that, and that's fine. That doesn't burn so much as a tree or stuff that's above ground, and green waste. But we need to make it as easy as possible for people to do that and to clean their properties, especially in the areas close to the fire. So now, the most important thing that I've been, well, not the most important, a second thing I've been working on for the past few weeks, and you heard from matters from the public, is that the state of New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration has a legislative appropriation for $37 million for jurisdictions to apply to buy open space. And this is aligned with a lot of work and effort that has been done in the Rio and Medio area. And as you heard from folks earlier today, there's a lot of public support up there, and we have a ready, willing, and able landowner who has a 22.1 acre parcel adjacent to our 118 acre open space. So it's not a new open space. It would be an expansion of an open space. It has the ability to deal with some watershed restoration. It has the mutual domestic water system tanks are on that property. It has the very close to the trailhead, to the Rio and Medio trails, and it has the opportunity to be a parking area and, most importantly, an emergency vehicle turnaround area, because in the past we've had problems with injuries and evacuations from the Rio and Medio trails, and the ambulances and emergency medical technicians can't get there. So this property solves so many issues for this. It's been talked about for many, many years, but we put the acquisition on the back burner because we didn't have money, and we did not want to take from regular county funds. But the fact that we could apply for state funding for this means that I really respectfully ask that we expedite this. The grant application to DFA is due August 21st at 5 p.m. The grant application is very basic. We've already drafted the grant application that would come from Santa Fe County. Of course, it'd have to be reviewed by county management, but we've done a lot of the work to expedite that. Part of the process is putting this before COLPAC. COLPAC had their meeting the middle of last week, and we informed them about this. We had only just found out about the grant application, so we could not get it in front of COLPAC in time. But the chair of COLPAC has been amenable. They are all aware of this need and this project location, and they've heard about this. But again, because there was no money, they did not expedite this. But now, with this state grant, I hope that we can join this effort into the special meeting that we've got being passed around here, and that we would discuss bonds, but also discuss applying for this state grant. And so I hope that we can get to that in the next week. It solves the risks that Santa Fe County has. If somebody was not able to be evacuated, we might be subject to lawsuits. The parking issue has impacted the neighbors that live in the area, and they've been put upon because there's no parking, and it's a very narrow street, and they've said that they are not supportive of reopening the trails without a parking solution, so this helps with a parking solution. It's money that would not come from Santa Fe County. It doesn't even have a match requirement, so it would be 100% state money. and Colpack is supportive of this, and we hope to have a special meeting of Colpack that would be able to review this and make recommendations to us so that we would move it forward. Besides that, thank you so much. It was great to be here today with you, and I hope you will consider this Rio and Media work open space in the next few days. Excellent. Daniel, do we have any other elected officials that would like to speak to us today?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other elected officials online.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have one last item on our agenda, kind of 3 items, but we have an executive session with 3 items on the agenda. Mr. Boyd, will you take us away?
Thank you, Chair Greene. I have 3 items on tonight's agenda, one being the Camino Verde conceptual plan application and consideration and potential issuance of a final order regarding that application. 2, cause D101CV 2023-782, Board of County Commissioners versus Martin S. Montoya et al. And 3, acquisition of real property interests for the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System. The basis for entering closed executive session would be that the matters to be discussed concern board deliberations in administrative adjudicatory proceedings, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, and the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights. So I'm seeking a motion to go into executive session to discuss those matters, and we need a roll call vote.
Thank you very much, Walker.
I make a motion that we move into executive session to discuss the items mentioned by Attorney Boyd.
And I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes and a second by Commissioner Johnson. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Yes.
Chair Justin Greene.
Yes. All right, we're going into executive session. We have 3 items on the agenda. I expect that it'll take 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. And we're back. We are back. Looky here. It is now 7:09 p.m. and we are going to come out of executive session. Would somebody please do the honors?
I would like to state that we are coming
Make a
out of,
motion.
Make a
make a
motion.
motion to come out of executive session, stating that we did not discuss anything other than what was on the agenda.
I second it.
Excellent. We've got a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are out of executive session. We have 3 items before us potentially, or maybe it's only 2. Yep. First item is, here we are. This is a acquisition of real property interests in the Pewaukee Basin and Regional Water System.
No, coming up.
B is first.
Oh, B is first. Okay. Well, I decide which goes first, but okay.
Yes, you do.
So fine. That's fine. Final order for case number 26-5050, Camino Verde Conceptual Plan. The final order, commissioners.
I would like to make the motion that the final order for case 26-5050 be passed with the votes consistent with what was voted on at the original hearing.
Okay.
Is that correct, sir? Thanks.
Excellent.
Second.
So, so we have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Johnson. Further discussion or detail about this? We have the order in hand here, and is there a discussion that happens about that, or is it?
Chair Greene, I would probably just, to keep the record clean, I would have a roll call vote on this so that each commissioner can state their vote.
Voting in the affirmative is to adopt the record as
Approved.
or the findings of fact and conclusions of law and final order of denying application for approval of the conceptual plan. Thank you. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
No.
Commissioner
Chair Greene and Commissioner Bustamante, I think that as discussed, I think it's best for the minutes to reflect that the board voted, well, if that's the board's sense, is to vote consistently with their earlier vote on the denial of the conceptual plan. And so if you need to restyle the motion, that's also permissible, but I think on the current motion, the roll call vote should suffice.
It's understood.
Okay. Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
No.
Commissioner Lisa Kokari Stone,
Yes.
Chair Justin Greene.
Yes. Thank you very much. The motion passes. We have findings and facts and conclusions of law. Thank you. Moving on to item C, a resolution authorizing the county attorney to initiate and prosecute condemnation proceedings to acquire specified real property interests for the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System.
Chair Greene and commissioners, before you is a resolution authorizing the county attorney to initiate condemnation proceedings for a utility easement related to across parcel number 105-111-325-547-1234560 is at the end of that parcel number. And it's property owner is located at 1 Rancho Enrique, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506. And I'd be seeking a motion to adopt this resolution, which would confer authority on my office to initiate those condemnation proceedings.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, you have a resolution.
And we have a resolution number 109.
109. Thank you very much. It is 7:15. Any announcements?
Move to adjourn, Chair.
I second it.
Excellent. We've got a motion from Commissioner Johnson to adjourn and a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Who wants to stay late? Nope, none. Hearing none. We're done. Adjourned. Thank you.